Across the heart of Eurasia stretches a vast, seemingly endless grassland known as the steppe. From the western borders of Hungary to the eastern reaches of Manchuria, this landscape forms one of the largest contiguous ecosystems on Earth. It is a world of open horizons, sparse forests, and seasonal extremes. Winters are long and severe, while summers bring short bursts of green. In this immense expanse, there are few natural barriers, no great mountains or dense jungles to divide peoples. Geography dictated mobility, and mobility shaped society. Here, life depended on movement. For thousands of years before the rise of the Mongol Empire, the steppe was home to scattered tribes of herders and hunters whose lives were synchronized with the rhythm of their herds and the demands of survival. The ecology of the steppe defined its culture. Grasses provided nourishment for herds of horses, sheep, goats, and camels, which in turn sustained human communities. Wood was scarce, so tents made from felt and animal hides provided shelter. Dwellings were portable, circular, and efficient, designed to be dismantled and transported within hours. This portable home, the gur or yurt, was both a domestic space and a symbol of the nomadic way of life. Archaeological finds from regions such as the Orkhon Valley in modern-day Mongolia reveal traces of these early camps, fire pits, bone fragments, and the faint outlines of circular enclosures that once anchored family units to the land. Economically, these societies operated through a form of pastoral nomadism, an adaptive strategy in which herders rotated their livestock between summer and winter pastures to prevent overgrazing. This mobility required intimate knowledge of terrain, climate, and water sources. It also encouraged a communal approach to land use. There was little concept of private property in the modern sense. What mattered was access to grazing rights, not ownership of the soil. Anthropologists studying steppe cultures have noted how this fluid relationship with land fostered a distinct worldview, one that prioritized kinship, mobility, and adaptability over permanence or territorial fixation. In contrast to the settled civilizations of China or Persia, whose prosperity relied on agriculture and cities, the peoples of the steppe viewed movement as both a necessity and a virtue. Socially, the steppe world was organized around clans and tribes. Each tribe, or ulus, was a network of families connected by bloodlines traced through the male lineage. Leadership was often hereditary but also dependent on the respect and consensus of elders and warriors. Authority derived from charisma, personal strength, and the ability to distribute resources and protection. Alliances were temporary and frequently renegotiated through marriage, gift exchange, or warfare. Historical records from Chinese and Persian sources depict a fluid political landscape in which tribes united under strong leaders only to fragment again after their death. The constant formation and dissolution of confederations were hallmarks of steppe politics. Life on the steppe required a deep familiarity with horses. The horse was not merely a mode of transport, but the foundation of the entire economic and military system. Steppe children learned to ride before they could walk steadily. A well-trained horse extended the reach of its rider by hundreds of kilometers, enabling hunting, herding, and warfare over immense distances. Recent studies of horse remains in Central Asia show early domestication dating back more than 5,000 years, long before the emergence of the Mongols. The partnership between human and horse created a culture defined by speed, mobility, and resilience. A mounted warrior could cover ground that would take days for foot soldiers to traverse. In warfare, this mobility became a decisive advantage, one that later allowed the Mongols to outmaneuver even the most organized sedentary armies. Diet and material culture were equally adapted to mobility. Food was simple and durable: dried meat, fermented mare's milk known as arag, and hard cheese that could be preserved for months. Cooking relied on portable pots and animal dung for fuel. Metal was a prized commodity, imported through trade with settled neighbors or scavenged from battlefields. The scarcity of materials encouraged efficiency. Every object was multifunctional. Saddles doubled as pillows, ropes as harnesses, knives as tools for both hunting and domestic tasks. Archaeological finds from steppe burial mounds, kurgans, reveal modest grave goods, small weapons, jewelry, and horse trappings. The dead were buried with the essentials needed for the afterlife, reflecting a pragmatic view of existence grounded in necessity rather than luxury. Religion on the steppe revolved around nature and the sky. Before Buddhism or Islam reached Central Asia, the predominant belief system was a form of animistic shamanism. The supreme deity, Tungri, represented the eternal blue sky, while the earth was personified as Mother Earth, Itujin. Shamans acted as intermediaries between the human and spiritual realms, performing rituals to ensure harmony with nature, success in war, and fertility of herds. This worldview emphasized balance and reverence for natural forces rather than codified doctrine. It also fostered tolerance. Spiritual authority was localized, and no single creed sought to dominate. Later, this cultural openness would allow the Mongols to incorporate multiple religions within their empire without attempting to impose a single faith. The environmental conditions of the steppe also encouraged a particular type of warfare. With no cities to defend and few fixed resources to protect, steppe warfare was mobile and opportunistic. Raids were common, serving as both economic enterprise and social training. Conflicts were often fought over pastures, herds, or prestige. Success in combat was rewarded with spoils, captives, and honor, reinforcing the social hierarchy of warriors and leaders. Yet, despite frequent conflict, large-scale wars were rare. The nomadic economy could not sustain prolonged campaigns. Extended fighting risked the loss of herds, which were the foundation of survival. Thus, peace was often restored through negotiation or alliance, and pragmatic coexistence remained the norm. Interactions with neighboring sedentary civilizations were both hostile and cooperative. The steppe peoples traded horses, wool, and animal products for metal tools, silk, and grain from China and Central Asia. Frontier markets, often established along border fortresses, became meeting points for exchange. Chinese records from the Tang and Song dynasties describe alternating cycles of trade and conflict with the northern tribes. When diplomacy failed, the same routes that carried merchants could carry raiders. For sedentary states, the nomads were both a threat and a necessity. They supplied cavalry for imperial armies and served as intermediaries in long-distance trade. Over centuries, this relationship produced a pattern of cultural diffusion. Steppe warfare techniques influenced Chinese and Persian military organization, while steppe elites absorbed aspects of sedentary culture, including literacy and administrative knowledge. Climate variability played a critical role in shaping the fortunes of these societies. Paleoclimatic data from tree rings and lake sediments indicate cycles of drought and abundance across Central Asia. Periods of favorable rainfall allowed herds to flourish, leading to population growth and outward expansion. Conversely, prolonged drought could push tribes into migration or conflict over limited resources. The environmental sensitivity of the steppe meant that political stability was often short-lived. Leaders capable of redistributing resources during hard times gained legitimacy, while those who failed quickly lost support. The connection between ecology and power remained constant throughout steppe history and would later influence the Mongols' decision to seek expansion beyond their homeland. Archaeological and genetic research in the past few decades has provided a clearer picture of the cultural continuity of steppe populations. From the Scythians of the western steppe to the Xiongnu and later the Turks and Mongols, there is evidence of recurring social patterns: mounted warfare, kin-based leadership, and fluid confederations. Each successive people built upon the institutions and technologies of their predecessors. Metal stirrups, composite bows, and lamellar armor, all perfected over centuries, became standard tools of survival and conquest. By the 12th century, when the Mongols emerged as a distinct group, the steppe already possessed a sophisticated military and social toolkit ready to be unified under a capable leader. Despite their mobility, these societies were not isolated. Archaeological finds of Chinese ceramics, Persian coins, and Middle Eastern glass in steppe burial sites testify to long-distance exchange networks. Even without cities, the nomads were integral to trans-Eurasian trade systems. The steppe functioned as a vast connective corridor linking Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. Ideas, technologies, and goods moved along these paths long before the Silk Road became famous under later empires. The Mongols, when they rose to power, did not create this network. They inherited and expanded it, transforming intermittent contacts into sustained global interaction. Linguistically and ethnically, the pre-Mongol steppe was diverse. Turkic-speaking groups dominated much of Central Asia, while Mongolic tribes inhabited the eastern regions of what is now Mongolia and Inner Mongolia. These linguistic boundaries were porous. Alliances, intermarriage, and conquest blurred distinctions. Nomadic societies valued loyalty over ethnicity, and political identity often transcended language. This flexibility allowed for rapid assimilation of conquered peoples and facilitated the formation of large coalitions when the conditions were right. Such inclusiveness would later enable Genghis Khan to integrate a wide range of tribes under a single command. Women on the steppe held significant responsibilities and influence compared to their counterparts in many sedentary societies. They managed households, herds, and economic transactions when men were engaged in warfare or seasonal migration. In some tribes, women served as advisors or intermediaries in diplomacy. Historical sources describe female shamans and noble women who commanded respect in tribal councils. This social role derived not from ideology, but from necessity. Survival in a harsh environment required the participation of all capable members. The Mongol Empire would later reflect this tradition, granting women a level of autonomy unusual for the medieval world. Trade routes also served as conduits for technology. The adoption of the composite bow, made of wood, horn, and sinew, revolutionized steppe warfare by combining range, accuracy, and portability. The stirrup, introduced around the 4th century CE, further enhanced mobility and combat effectiveness, allowing riders to shoot accurately while galloping. These innovations made the steppe warrior one of the most formidable military figures in pre-modern history. Later empires, including China's Tang dynasty and Byzantium, adopted similar equipment and tactics, acknowledging the effectiveness of nomadic martial traditions. Over the centuries, the steppe's relative isolation protected it from direct conquest by large sedentary empires. Armies that ventured deep into this environment struggled to supply themselves and adapt to mobile opponents. The Chinese built successive walls, culminating in the Great Wall, not to dominate the steppe, but to limit the movement of its peoples. Despite these defenses, the frontier remained porous. Tribute missions, hostage exchanges, and intermittent raids maintained an uneasy balance. The steppe was neither entirely beyond civilization nor fully within it. It was a shifting frontier where cultures met, clashed, and intermingled. From an anthropological standpoint, the social fabric of steppe life encouraged resilience. Without permanent architecture or centralized bureaucracy, nomadic groups could recover quickly from losses. Defeat in one region did not necessarily mean destruction. Surviving families could relocate, reassemble, and rebuild alliances. This adaptability explains the longevity of steppe cultures across millennia. It also helps explain how, in the early 13th century, a single leader could harness this mobility and resilience to forge an empire spanning continents. The ecological constraints of the steppe also cultivated a distinct moral economy. Generosity and hospitality were essential virtues, for in a landscape of scarcity, survival often depended on mutual aid. Guests, even strangers, were offered food and shelter without question. These customs reinforced social cohesion across tribes and served as informal diplomatic mechanisms. Later, the Mongols institutionalized similar principles within their legal code, demonstrating the continuity between steppe ethics and imperial governance. Archaeologists have discovered traces of early fortified camps and ritual sites in regions such as the Altai Mountains and the Orkhon River Basin. These findings suggest that, contrary to stereotypes of pure mobility, some nomadic groups maintained semi-permanent centers for trade and ceremony. Seasonal gatherings brought together different tribes to exchange goods, arrange marriages, and settle disputes. These assemblies fostered a sense of shared identity that transcended individual clans. The later Kurultai, or Council of Chiefs, which became central to Mongol political life, evolved directly from these early communal traditions. In the centuries leading up to Genghis Khan's birth, the steppe was a mosaic of competing confederations. The Karait, Nayman, Tatars, and Merkit were among the most prominent. Each sought dominance through shifting alliances and raids. Their histories were intertwined with those of the great sedentary powers to the south, the Jin dynasty in northern China and the Khwarezmian state in Central Asia. Tribute systems and military service tied steppe leaders to imperial courts, but these relationships were unstable. A single insult or betrayal could trigger decades of hostility. This volatile political environment rewarded strategic intelligence and personal loyalty above inherited privilege. When Temujin, later known as Genghis Khan, began his rise, he operated within a system already conditioned for rapid mobilization and political flux. The steppe's communication methods were equally efficient. Information traveled swiftly through mounted messengers and oral transmission. Skilled horsemen could deliver messages over hundreds of kilometers in a day, long before the Mongols formalized the Yam postal system. Oral tradition ensured that genealogies, laws, and history were preserved through recitation. Bards and storytellers, known as eulogers, played vital roles as memory keepers, maintaining continuity across generations. This oral culture valued accuracy and brevity, traits that later influenced Mongol administrative communication, where orders were clear, direct, and standardized. By the 12th century, technological and social evolution had reached a critical threshold. Metalworking had improved through contact with Chinese and Central Asian artisans. Trade in iron, textiles, and luxury goods linked the steppe to global markets. Population growth, spurred by favorable climatic conditions, increased competition for pastureland. These converging pressures created an environment ripe for unification under a capable leader who could channel intertribal rivalry into external expansion. The steppe was prepared, though its inhabitants could not yet foresee the magnitude of the transformation to come. The story of life on the steppe, then, is not one of isolation or primitiveness, but of adaptation and interconnection. It was a dynamic system in which ecology, economy, and social organization formed a delicate balance. Every element, mobility, kinship, warfare, and spirituality, was tuned to the demands of the land. This equilibrium endured for centuries, periodically disrupted by climatic shifts or political realignments, but always restoring itself through resilience and adaptation. The Mongols would emerge from this context not as anomalies, but as the culmination of a long evolutionary process of steppe civilization. Understanding this environment is essential to understanding the empire that followed. The institutions, values, and technologies that allowed the Mongols to dominate half the world were born in this harsh yet fertile landscape. Their military discipline, logistical skill, and tolerance of diversity all had roots in the practical realities of steppe life. When Genghis Khan began to unify the tribes in the late 12th century, he did not invent new systems from nothing. He refined and extended the ones that centuries of adaptation had already perfected. As the 12th century drew to a close, the steppes of Mongolia were inhabited by numerous tribes locked in cycles of alliance and enmity. Trade with China and Central Asia brought wealth but also dependence, while population pressures and environmental fluctuations heightened competition for resources. Out of this volatile mix emerged the conditions that would produce one of history's most transformative figures. To grasp his rise, one must first grasp the world that shaped him, a world forged in motion, molded by necessity, and united by the horizon's unending line. It was within this context that the next great transformation would begin, the unification of the Mongol tribes under a single banner, an event that would alter the course of world history. The transformation of the Mongol world began not with armies or treaties, but with the birth of a single child in the harsh landscape of the Onon River Valley. Around the year 1162, a boy named Temujin was born to a minor noble family of the Borjigin clan. His father, Yasuji, was a respected leader and ally among the Mongol tribes, yet the world into which his son was born was unstable and violent. The steppe's political order was fragmented into shifting coalitions, and every tribe, no matter its strength, existed in a delicate balance between alliance and annihilation. For the Mongols of the late 12th century, survival depended on kinship networks, seasonal migrations, and an unbroken chain of leadership. Temujin's early years would unfold at the breaking point of all three. Yasugei's influence among the tribes offered the young Temujin brief security. His father had forged ties with powerful neighbors such as Togrul of the Karaite and had arranged Temujin's betrothal to Borte, the daughter of a respected Anjurat family. This engagement symbolized one of the few stabilizing institutions of the steppe, marriage alliances that bridged clans through obligation and gift exchange. Yet this fragile order collapsed suddenly when Yasugei was poisoned by rival Tatars after escorting his son to the Anjurat camp. Temujin was only a child when he returned home to find his father dead and his family abandoned by their followers. In a society where leadership was defined by the ability to protect and provide, Yasugei's death dissolved the bonds of loyalty that had once held the family's allies together. Temujin's mother, Hoelin, now led the household in isolation. With several children to feed and no protection, she endured years of hardship, gathering roots, fishing in frozen rivers, and teaching her children the endurance necessary for survival. Archaeological studies of Mongolian habitation patterns suggest that families like hers moved frequently, following the migration of herds while avoiding contact with more powerful clans. This period imprinted on Temujin lessons that would shape his later worldview, that leadership was not a privilege of birth, but a function of will and loyalty, that the steppe's environment punished weakness but rewarded adaptability, and that order could only be restored through discipline and unity. Temujin's adolescence was marked by conflict within his own family. A violent dispute with his half-brother Bektar over food and authority ended with Temujin killing him, an act both condemned and remembered as a moment of ruthless necessity. The episode reflected the reality of steppe politics. Survival often required decisive, even brutal action. It also foreshadowed Temujin's later insistence that authority could not be divided. For him, unity began at home. Over the following years, Temujin began to re-establish connections among the Mongol tribes. He sought out alliances not through inheritance, but through personal trust and shared struggle. Among his earliest supporters was Jamukha, a childhood companion of noble birth who shared his ambitions. Together they gathered followers by offering security and spoils, building a small but loyal band of warriors. Their friendship represented the ideal of Anda, sworn brotherhood, a deeply rooted institution among steppe peoples that carried obligations equal to blood kinship. Yet even this bond would not survive the realities of power. As Temujin's influence grew, ideological differences emerged between him and Jamukha. Temujin favored discipline and merit, while Jamukha relied on aristocratic privilege and traditional clan hierarchies. During the late 12th century, the Mongol tribes were loosely connected by trade and marriage, but politically fragmented. The Karaite, Naiman, Taichiyudi, and Tatars all maintained independent confederations. Each group competed for pastures, tribute, and control of trade routes linking China and Central Asia. The Jin dynasty to the south and the Karakhitan remnants to the west exploited this fragmentation, alternately rewarding and undermining steppe leaders to secure their own frontiers. The Mongols, though feared as raiders, remained politically marginal compared to their more organized neighbors. Temujin's goal was not merely to dominate his rivals, but to redefine the concept of Mongol identity itself, to transform tribal loyalty into collective purpose. Temujin's earliest significant victories came through calculated diplomacy and military precision. He reconciled with Togrul, leader of the Karaite, who had once been an ally of his father. In exchange for support, Temujin offered loyalty and military cooperation. With the Karaite's backing, he began to challenge the Taichiyudi, a confederation that had once held his family captive. His forces employed tactics that would later define Mongol warfare: flexible formations, strict communication, and psychological coordination. Rather than overwhelming numbers, Temujin relied on organization. Every unit knew its role. Every decision was centralized through clear command. The success of these early engagements demonstrated that unity and discipline could overcome both numerical disadvantage and aristocratic tradition. As his following grew, Temujin implemented reforms that broke the old tribal order. He reorganized his warriors into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, deliberately mixing men from different clans to weaken hereditary loyalties. This structure, known as the decimal system, ensured that allegiance flowed upward to the leader rather than sideways within tribes. Historical sources such as the Secret History of the Mongols describe how this policy provoked resistance among traditional nobles, who saw their lineage-based privileges eroded. Yet it proved vital in creating a sense of shared purpose. Each soldier's identity was now tied to the collective, a system that would later make Mongol armies extraordinarily cohesive. Temujin also advanced the concept of anda beyond personal friendship, extending it as a political principle. He rewarded followers based on loyalty and competence rather than ancestry, elevating common herdsmen to positions of command. This meritocratic approach contrasted sharply with the hereditary elitism of the steppe aristocracy. It established a precedent that success was earned through service, not lineage. Over time, this reshaped Mongol society from a confederation of tribes into an emerging proto-state grounded in personal obligation to the Khan. The first great test of Temujin's leadership came in his conflict with Jamukha. Their rivalry, once personal, became ideological. Jamukha represented the old order of tribal aristocracy. Temujin embodied a new, disciplined meritocracy. When their factions clashed near the Onon River, Temujin's forces prevailed despite being outnumbered. His victory demonstrated that coordinated command and unity of purpose could defeat traditional coalitions bound by kinship alone. The outcome marked a decisive shift in steppe politics. For the first time, a leader had proven that institutional loyalty could supersede lineage. Jamukha's defeat fractured the opposition, and Temujin's reputation spread across the steppe. In the following years, Temujin continued consolidating power through a balance of diplomacy and conquest. He subdued the Tatars with the support of the Jin dynasty, who sought to weaken steppe rivals. Yet once the Tatars were destroyed, he turned his strength toward independence from all external powers. He eliminated rival leaders systematically, incorporating their people into his ranks and extending his authority across the steppe from the Kurlan River to the Altai Mountains. These campaigns were not simple acts of expansion. They were deliberate efforts to eliminate the cycle of vengeance that had long defined Mongol politics. Each victory brought him closer to a singular vision, the unification of all Mongols under one banner. By 1201, Temujin's leadership was uncontested among most of the eastern Mongol tribes. The remaining opposition, led by the Naiman and their allies, recognized the threat and attempted to form a coalition. The resulting conflict was decisive. Using coordinated cavalry tactics, feigned retreats, and superior communication through smoke signals and couriers, Temujin's forces dismantled the Naiman coalition. The battle's aftermath revealed his approach to conquest. He integrated defeated warriors into his own army rather than exterminating them, offering protection and reward in exchange for loyalty. This inclusivity, unusual in steppe warfare, greatly expanded his manpower and reinforced his ideology of unity through service. In 1206, after nearly 2 decades of struggle, Temujin summoned a Kurultai, a grand assembly of Mongol nobles and leaders, on the banks of the Onon River. There, he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. The title reflected not merely political supremacy, but a new conception of identity. The tribes were no longer independent entities but components of a single nation. According to Mongol chroniclers, the gathering also codified laws and administrative reforms that would underpin the empire's future. These included the Yasa, a set of legal principles emphasizing loyalty, discipline, and the protection of property and invoice. Whether the Yasa existed as a formal code or as a compilation of decrees remains debated, but its influence on Mongol governance is undisputed. It represented an attempt to impose order on a traditionally anarchic society. At this point, the Mongol polity had evolved beyond a confederation of clans into an organized state with centralized leadership, standardized law, and a professionalized army. The implications of this transformation extended far beyond the steppe. The newly united Mongols now possessed not only military power, but an ideological framework for expansion. Genghis Khan's reforms created a system capable of sustaining campaigns over immense distances. The decimal army provided mobility and coordination. The Yasa ensured internal cohesion, and the concept of universal rule justified the subjugation of all peoples under a single political order. The transformation from Temujin the exile to Genghis Khan the sovereign was both social and structural. He had redefined authority on the steppe by replacing kinship with merit, vengeance with law, and tribal autonomy with central command. His unification of the Mongols marked a turning point not only in inter-Asian history, but in global history. A once fragmented landscape of competing tribes had become a disciplined nation poised for expansion. The Mongols' newly forged unity created the foundation for the greatest land empire in history, one that would connect China, the Islamic world, and Europe in an unprecedented web of interaction. This stage of Mongol development illustrates the central paradox of empire building. That stability at home often emerges from centuries of conflict. The lessons Temujin learned during his years of exile, the fragility of kinship, the necessity of discipline, and the strategic value of tolerance, would define the empire's character. The unification of the Mongols was not an accidental convergence of power, but the culmination of social evolution shaped by environment, necessity, and vision. In the annals of history, few moments so clearly demonstrate how personal experience can become political structure. By 1206, the Mongols were no longer a scattered collection of herding families. They were an organized military society under a single leader whose authority extended across thousands of miles of grassland. The Kurultai had formalized their political unity, the Yasa had codified their ethical order, and the decimal army had given them the most flexible and effective military organization of their age. From this foundation, Genghis Khan would soon turn outward. The internal unification of the steppe had been achieved, but the steppe itself could no longer contain the ambitions it had generated. Over the next decade, the Mongols would carry their discipline, organization, and vision beyond the grasslands, confronting the civilizations that had long regarded the steppe as a frontier. The transformation of a nomadic confederation into a world empire was about to begin. When Genghis Khan emerged from the Kurultai of 1206 as the undisputed ruler of the Mongols, he inherited not a static victory, but an unfinished project. Unification had been declared, yet consolidation still required systematic control over the entire steppe. The newly forged nation was vast, ethnically diverse, and built on the memories of long-standing enmities. Each region held groups that had submitted reluctantly, and many leaders maintained ambitions of independence. Genghis Khan understood that political unity, to be enduring, required both ideological and administrative reinforcement. Over the following years, he directed his efforts toward transforming the loose confederation of tribes into a functioning empire, disciplined, loyal, and governed by uniform law. His first priority was internal order. The Mongols had lived for generations in a culture where justice was local and vengeance was the traditional mechanism of resolution. Genghis sought to end this cycle. He began implementing the Yasa, a codified set of decrees that extended beyond the battlefield into civil life. Theft, betrayal, or disobedience were punished swiftly and publicly. The principle was not cruelty for its own sake, but the establishment of consistency. Every warrior, no matter his birth, was subject to the same code. The Yasa thus became both a moral and administrative foundation, replacing kinship justice with imperial law. This transformation marked the beginning of Mongol governance as a system rather than a personality cult. To enforce these laws, Genghis reorganized society. He expanded the decimal military system introduced during the Wars of Unification, arranging the entire population into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. Each Arban, Zun, Mingan, and Tuman was commanded by officers appointed for loyalty and competence. This structure was simultaneously military and civic. It organized not only armies but also taxation, labor, and social responsibility. For the first time in Mongol history, the state could mobilize men and resources predictably. It was this logistical precision, more than raw force, that would later enable campaigns across continents. The significance of this administrative clarity cannot be overstated. Steppe societies had always excelled at mobility and warfare, yet they lacked stable institutions capable of long-term coordination. Genghis Khan's reforms transformed mobility into organization. Reports from Persian chroniclers such as Javani and Rashid al-Din describe a society suddenly able to execute synchronized movements of tens of thousands of horsemen across hundreds of miles, each unit guided by standard signals, flags, and courier relays. Such efficiency arose not from technological innovation, but from social engineering, the systematic restructuring of authority and obligation. Once internal order was secured, Genghis turned to the problem of loyalty. Tribal aristocrats, accustomed to independent command, were brought under direct supervision. The Khan distributed conquered lands and herds not to clans, but to individual soldiers as rewards for service. This undermined hereditary elites and reinforced personal allegiance to the central ruler. Promotion was earned through merit and demonstrated reliability, a radical departure from the hereditary privilege that dominated steppe politics. The social result was profound. The Mongols became not a federation of tribes, but a nation of servants bound by law, opportunity, and belief in collective destiny. In addition to institutional reform, Genghis Khan cultivated a unifying ideology. He presented his authority as sanctioned by eternal heaven, Tingari, the cosmic principle governing fate. By framing his rule as divinely ordained, he merged spiritual legitimacy with political necessity. This belief resonated across the steppe, where shamanistic traditions viewed the heavens as both source and witness of earthly power. Yet Genghis used religion pragmatically. He did not claim divine status, but divine favor, positioning himself as heaven's chosen executor of order. This subtle distinction allowed him to integrate followers of various spiritual traditions under a shared cosmological framework, while avoiding the theocratic rigidity that often fragmented empires. The Mongols' unification under Genghis Khan also involved the integration of non-Mongol groups. Many Turkic and Tunguzic tribes voluntarily joined the confederation, attracted by the stability and protection it offered. Others were incorporated through conquest, but treated with calculated fairness. Skilled artisans, herdsmen, and smiths were resettled near strategic centers and given privileges in exchange for service. The empire's earliest postal and logistical networks, the Yam relay stations, relied heavily on these multi-ethnic communities. Genghis's willingness to reward loyalty regardless of ethnicity created a sense of inclusivity that expanded the empire's demographic base and reinforced its social cohesion. One of the defining features of Genghis Khan's leadership was his capacity to use the memory of conflict as a tool of unity. He understood that the trauma of centuries of internecine warfare could be redirected into a shared sense of purpose. His proclamations emphasized that under his rule, the Mongols would never again fight each other. Their strength would now be turned outward. This idea transformed vengeance, once the engine of fragmentation, into collective ambition. The steppe's energy, long spent on internal rivalry, would now drive expansion. To secure and administer this unity, Genghis established a central guard known as the Kashig. This elite corps of personal attendants, guards, and administrators formed the nucleus of a nascent bureaucratic structure. Members of the Kashig were selected from across the tribes and rotated regularly to prevent factionalism. They served as both the Khan's protectors and his representatives in military and civil affairs. Their presence created an institutional buffer between the ruler and the clans, reinforcing the idea that authority flowed from office rather than lineage. Over time, the Kashig became the model for administrative hierarchies throughout the empire. The consolidation of power was not achieved without resistance. Several rebellions erupted during the early years of Genghis Khan's rule, led by remnants of defeated tribes who resented the loss of their autonomy. These uprisings were met with swift and decisive campaigns. One such conflict involved the Taichiyudi, who had once held Temujin captive. Genghis's forces, organized in the disciplined formations of the new army, quickly overwhelmed them. The punishment of rebellion was harsh, execution of leaders and redistribution of followers, but calculated to prevent further dissent. Chroniclers later emphasized that Genghis spared those who surrendered promptly and punished those who resisted, establishing a reputation for both justice and inevitability. Submission became synonymous with survival. The outcome of these campaigns was more than territorial consolidation, it was psychological transformation. By the second decade of the 13th century, the Mongols perceived themselves as a unified people with a common destiny. The identity of Mongol no longer referred merely to a tribal affiliation, but to a political and cultural citizenship. This change, subtle yet irreversible, redefined the steppe's historical trajectory. It laid the foundation for the Mongols' emergence as a force that would soon reshape Eurasia. As Genghis Khan's authority solidified, his attention turned outward toward the great sedentary civilizations that bordered his realm. The Mongols' experience of marginality, their dependence on trade with China, their vulnerability to raids by larger states, fostered both resentment and ambition. For generations, steppe leaders had oscillated between raiding and tribute relationships with Chinese dynasties, but none had succeeded in overturning the balance of power. Genghis saw an opportunity to reverse this pattern permanently. He intended not merely to extract tribute, but to incorporate entire states into his system of order. Before launching external campaigns, however, Genghis needed to ensure that his logistical base was secure. He ordered the first systematic census of the Mongol population, cataloging households, herds, and warriors. This information enabled rational distribution of resources and clear identification of military obligations. The practice, revolutionary for a nomadic society, transformed governance from improvisation to calculation. Archaeological and textual evidence indicates that the early Mongol state maintained detailed records of personnel and supplies, a feature more typical of agrarian empires than steppe confederations. This administrative capacity would later allow Mongol generals to coordinate campaigns across thousands of kilometers with remarkable precision. Communication was another priority. The Yam network, initially a modest courier system, was expanded into a continent-spanning relay of stations stocked with fresh horses and provisions. Each post was positioned a day's ride apart, enabling messages to traverse hundreds of miles in a matter of days. This infrastructure not only supported military operations, but also facilitated trade and governance. It was, in effect, the first institutional skeleton of a global empire. Through the Yam, Genghis could issue orders, receive intelligence, and maintain oversight over vast territories, a feat of coordination unmatched in contemporary polities. These reforms, combined with military reorganization, produced a society capable of sustained mobilization. Each family contributed to the collective effort, whether by providing horses, food, or manpower. The economy became increasingly specialized. Some communities bred war horses, others forged weapons or maintained supply depots. The nomadic way of life remained intact, but its social function was now embedded within a structured imperial framework. The Mongol state had succeeded in reconciling mobility with stability, a paradox that had eluded steppe rulers for centuries. Genghis Khan's consolidation of power also redefined gender and family roles within Mongol society. Women of the ruling elite, particularly his mother Hoelin and his principal wife Borte, held significant administrative authority. They managed encampments, supervised trade, and occasionally acted as regents in the Khan's absence. This inclusion reflected both necessity and tradition. In a mobile society where men were frequently at war, women ensured continuity. Their roles in diplomacy and economic management contributed to the empire's resilience. Contemporary observers, especially Persian and Chinese chroniclers, often remarked on the unusual prominence of Mongol women compared to their counterparts in sedentary societies. The internal consolidation of the Mongols under Genghis Khan thus combined military organization, legal standardization, and social inclusion. It produced a polity flexible enough to adapt to new environments, yet cohesive enough to maintain order. By the early 1210s, the Mongol heartland was stable, its frontiers secure, and its leadership uncontested. The empire's institutions, army, administration, communication, and law, functioned as integrated components of a single system. What had begun as a survival mechanism for scattered tribes had evolved into a disciplined state apparatus. This transformation also had environmental consequences. The steppe, long a domain of competing pastoral economies, now operated under a unified management of pastures and migration routes. Conflicts over grazing lands diminished as the Khan's officials assigned territories and regulated seasonal movements. The result was an unprecedented level of ecological coordination across central Mongolia. Environmental historians have noted that such regulation likely contributed to the region's temporary population boom and economic stability in the early 13th century. The Mongol model of centralized resource management thus had both political and ecological dimensions. With order established, Genghis Khan began to test the empire's new capacity through limited external operations. Skirmishes against the Tangut kingdom of Xia provided valuable experience in siege warfare and coordination beyond the steppe. These early campaigns revealed both strengths and weaknesses. The Mongols' mobility gave them strategic advantage, but their lack of experience with fortified cities exposed logistical challenges. Genghis responded not by retreating, but by learning. He recruited engineers from conquered peoples, studied Chinese military techniques, and incorporated siege equipment into his forces. This openness to adaptation would later become a defining feature of Mongol warfare. By 1211, the Mongols had completed their transformation from an isolated confederation into a structured military state. Their unification was no longer theoretical, it was functional. The reforms of Genghis Khan had created a durable framework capable of supporting operations far beyond Mongolia. For the first time in history, the steppe possessed not just warriors but a cohesive system of governance, communication, and supply. The empire's boundaries were defined less by geography than by organization, a system that could expand as far as its logistics allowed. The final stage of unification thus marked the threshold between domestic consolidation and imperial expansion. The Mongols had solved the internal contradictions that had long limited steppe polities, the tension between clan loyalty and state authority, between mobility and control, between diversity and unity. With these tensions resolved, the empire was poised to confront the sedentary civilizations that bordered it. The lessons of the unification campaigns, discipline, inclusivity, adaptation, and law, would soon be tested on a continental scale. As the last rebellions faded and the institutions of statehood stabilized, Genghis Khan began planning his first major external campaign. The Tangut kingdom of Xia lay to the southwest, controlling trade routes and tribute relations vital to Mongolia's economy. Its conquest would mark the Mongols' transition from internal consolidation to outward conquest. The same systems that had unified the steppe, the Yasa, the Yam, the decimal army, would now be directed beyond the homeland. The unification campaigns had fulfilled their purpose. They had transformed a people into an empire ready to move outward, carrying with them not only the memory of the steppe, but a vision of universal order under one ruler. The unification of the Mongol tribes was not the product of mere conquest. It was the culmination of deliberate state-building across one of the world's most challenging environments. By the closing years of the 12th century, Temujin, later titled Genghis Khan, had transformed a collection of warring clans into a single political organism. The steppe, once divided by generations of rivalry, was brought under a system that emphasized loyalty, merit, and discipline over traditional kinship ties. This transformation marked a decisive turning point in Eurasian history, as the Mongols began to evolve from a network of nomadic families into a structured nation prepared for expansion. The process of consolidation began with a fundamental reordering of society. Temujin recognized that tribal loyalty was the greatest obstacle to unity. For centuries, Mongol and Turkic clans had been divided by blood feuds and shifting alliances. To overcome this, he implemented a radical principle. Loyalty to the Khan would supersede loyalty to clan or lineage. He dissolved the tribal divisions and reorganized his people into units known as decimal formations. Each unit consisted of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 warriors. The Arban, Jaghun, Mingan, and Tuman. Membership in these groups was deliberately mixed. Families from different tribes were placed together, forcing cooperation under shared command. In doing so, Genghis Khan eliminated the foundation of tribal factionalism and created a professionalized military structure that doubled as a civic institution. This innovation carried profound implications. The decimal system not only facilitated military coordination but also served as a framework for taxation, resource distribution, and law enforcement. It transformed the Mongol collective identity. Where once men had fought to defend their kin, they now fought to uphold the unity of the nation and the authority of the Khan. In effect, Genghis Khan engineered one of the earliest examples of social engineering for the purpose of state formation, a political achievement that paralleled the agrarian bureaucracies of earlier civilizations but emerged in a purely nomadic context. To sustain this system, Genghis Khan codified laws and moral principles in what would later be known as the Yasa. Although historians debate the precise contents of this code, it is understood to have governed conduct in war, trade, family life, and public order. The Yasa served not as a written constitution, but as a living code transmitted orally, combining traditional steppe customs with new rules of discipline. Theft, betrayal, and disobedience were punished harshly, while loyalty, courage, and integrity were rewarded. This legal structure introduced predictability into Mongol governance, turning personal allegiance into institutional stability. It was, in many ways, the scaffolding upon which empire could be built. The consolidation of the Mongols also required moral legitimacy. Temujin's rise was supported by a growing ideology of divine favor. He claimed the mandate of Tungri, the eternal blue sky, the supreme deity of the steppe. This spiritual foundation gave his authority a sacred dimension that extended beyond military conquest. To the Mongols, his victories were not accidents of strategy, but affirmations of divine will. This theology of legitimacy paralleled other imperial traditions, such as the Mandate of Heaven in China or divine kingship in Mesopotamia, yet it remained uniquely adapted to the mobility and austerity of steppe life. By invoking Tungri, Genghis Khan created a moral hierarchy that justified obedience and expansion alike. Temujin's unification campaign also demonstrated an acute understanding of diplomacy. He secured alliances through both military persuasion and marriage networks. Key figures like Jebe, Subutai, and Jelm were not born into high rank. They earned their positions through ability and loyalty. By promoting men of talent rather than aristocratic descent, Genghis Khan weakened the hereditary nobility that had historically destabilized steppe politics. This meritocratic ethos became a hallmark of Mongol administration. It drew talented individuals from across cultures and social ranks, a principle that would later allow the empire to govern a vast, multi-ethnic population with remarkable flexibility. Archaeological and textual evidence suggests that the years between 1190 and 1206 were a period of continuous warfare and consolidation. Temujin confronted rival confederations such as the Tatars, Merkits, and Naimans. Each victory brought not only land and livestock, but also craftsmen, administrators, and intelligence from captured peoples. Instead of annihilating defeated enemies, he often incorporated them into his system. Those who accepted his authority were rewarded with protection and a share of spoils. Those who resisted faced severe punishment, a policy that established both fear and respect across the steppes. This calculated duality, mercy for submission, destruction for defiance, became one of the central tenets of Mongol expansion. The Great Kurultai of 1206 marked the formal birth of the Mongol nation. At this grand assembly of nobles and warriors on the banks of the Onon River, Temujin was proclaimed Genghis Khan, often translated as universal ruler. The title symbolized not merely command over the Mongols, but a claim to authority over the known world. It was a declaration of destiny rooted in the belief that Tungri had chosen the Mongols to bring order to all peoples. From that moment, the Mongols no longer viewed themselves as one tribe among many, but as the nucleus of a universal empire. The consequences of unification were immediate and transformative. For the first time in recorded history, the Mongols possessed the institutional cohesion, logistical infrastructure, and ideological unity necessary for large-scale conquest. Herds of horses provided mobility, the decimal structure ensured discipline, and a meritocratic leadership secured efficiency. The Mongol army, though relatively small in number, became one of the most effective fighting forces in world history. Each warrior was self-sufficient, carrying dried meat, fermented milk, and spare horses, capable of covering vast distances without supply trains. Communication systems, based on relay stations known as YAM, began to emerge, the early prototype of what would later become a transcontinental communication network spanning Eurasia. Economically, the unification brought new stability to trade across the steppe. The Mongols began to regulate caravan routes and ensure safe passage for merchants. This prefigured the larger system of transcontinental commerce that would flourish under the Pax Mongolica. The Khanate's control over trade was not merely incidental, it was strategic. Genghis Khan understood that commerce linked sedentary and nomadic worlds, and that through control of trade, the Mongols could exert influence far beyond their immediate borders. The once fragmented steppe thus became an organized economic zone integrated into the broader Eurasian exchange. In cultural terms, the unification process also fostered an early form of administrative pluralism. As Genghis Khan expanded his influence into neighboring sedentary regions, he began incorporating foreign systems of writing and record-keeping. The adoption of the Uyghur script as the Mongol written language around this period was a significant milestone. It allowed for the documentation of decrees, tax records, and diplomatic correspondence. In effect, literacy became a tool of empire, a bridge between oral tradition and bureaucratic governance. Another important feature of the new Mongol polity was its emphasis on mobility and adaptability. Unlike sedentary empires that relied on static capitals, the Mongols remained perpetually mobile. Their government traveled with the Khan, shifting according to strategic needs. This flexibility allowed for swift responses to threats and opportunities alike. Governance in the Mongol sense was not tied to territory, but to loyalty and movement. It was a portable state, a unique phenomenon in world history. The unification also reshaped the demographic and social fabric of the steppes. Populations were redistributed, with families and clans relocated according to strategic priorities. Captured artisans were resettled to serve military or logistical purposes. This deliberate redistribution of human resources ensured that skills and labor were efficiently deployed. The Mongols, often portrayed as destroyers, in reality demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of economic and social organization. Their system maximized productivity in a landscape that offered little agricultural potential but vast mobility. By 1206, the Mongols had emerged not only as a political force but as a civilization in motion. Their institutions, ideology, and military system reflected a balance between traditional nomadic values and innovative statecraft. The unity achieved under Genghis Khan was fragile but unprecedented. It depended entirely on his leadership and vision, yet it laid the groundwork for an empire that would soon stretch from the Pacific Ocean to the frontiers of Europe. The consolidation of Mongol power also set in motion new questions of expansion. Having unified the steppe, what would come next? The vast world beyond Mongolia contained kingdoms and empires far richer and more populous. China to the south presented both an opportunity and a challenge, a source of wealth, technology, and prestige. To the west lay the caravan routes of Central Asia, linking Islamic cities that controlled the trade between east and west. The Mongols, newly unified and disciplined, would inevitably turn outward. Expansion was not merely ambition, it was necessity. The steppe economy depended on exchange, and conquest promised control over the routes that sustained it. Over the next decade, Genghis Khan's leadership would be tested as the Mongols confronted the powerful Jin dynasty of northern China and the kingdoms of Central Asia. These campaigns would transform the Mongol nation into a global empire and redefine the geopolitical structure of Eurasia. The unification of the tribes had created the instrument of conquest. The coming wars would determine its reach and legacy. And so, from the steppes that had once been divided by clan rivalries, a single nation now rode forth, bound by law, faith, and discipline, ready to challenge the great powers of the known world. When Genghis Khan united the tribes of the steppe in 1206, he inherited not peace, but a horizon of opportunity defined by neighboring powers. Among them, none loomed larger than the Jin dynasty of northern China. For generations, the Jin emperors, of Jurchen origin, had maintained dominion over a vast territory stretching from Manchuria to the Yellow River. They governed millions, commanded formidable fortresses, and possessed technologies far beyond the experience of the nomadic steppe peoples. Yet by the early 13th century, their empire had grown complacent, weakened by bureaucratic excess, court intrigue, and the overextension of its defensive frontiers. To the newly unified Mongols, the Jin represented both a threat and a test, the chance to measure their emergent power against one of Asia's great civilizations. The roots of conflict ran deep. Long before Genghis Khan's rise, the Mongol tribes had been subjugated and taxed by the Jin. The dynasty maintained a system of vassalage in which steppe tribes were required to provide tribute, horses, furs, and livestock, in exchange for trade goods and peace. These arrangements, though economically significant, also reinforced Mongol dependence on their sedentary neighbors. Genghis Khan understood that independence could only be achieved by overturning this relationship. To do so, he needed to challenge the Jin not merely as a raider, but as a rival power capable of sustained warfare. The campaign that followed would mark the Mongols' transformation from a regional confederation into a true empire. The Jin state presented formidable obstacles. Its northern frontier was defended by the Great Wall and a chain of fortified cities, garrisoned by professional troops. Its population was urbanized, its economy agrarian, and its resources immense. But it also faced structural weaknesses. The Jin dynasty had inherited from earlier Chinese traditions a bureaucratic model ill-suited to the mobile warfare of the steppes. Its armies, though numerous, relied heavily on static defenses and centralized command. Genghis Khan, in contrast, commanded a lean, mobile force accustomed to fluid movement and rapid decision-making. The Mongol army, estimated at fewer than 100,000 men during the early campaigns, compensated for numerical inferiority with discipline, coordination, and adaptability. The war began in 1211 with a massive Mongol offensive across the Gobi frontier. Genghis Khan organized his forces into separate columns, advancing along multiple routes to confuse the enemy and exploit weak points in the Jin defenses. The Mongols moved swiftly, bypassing strongholds when necessary and striking at supply lines. Their initial incursions demonstrated a mastery of psychological warfare. Towns that resisted were razed, while those that surrendered were spared and incorporated into the growing Mongol logistical network. The pattern of conquest combined terror with pragmatism, a formula that would become characteristic of Mongol strategy throughout Eurasia. Central to the Mongols' success was their ability to absorb foreign technologies and specialists. During the early campaigns, Genghis Khan enlisted engineers and siege experts from captured territories, including the Tangut and Khitan peoples. These specialists introduced the Mongols to the use of catapults, battering rams, and siege towers, technologies previously unknown to the steppe. The Mongols adapted quickly, integrating these techniques into their existing system of mobility and coordination. By the time they reached the fortified cities of northern China, they possessed the capacity to wage protracted sieges, a skill that would later prove indispensable in campaigns across Persia and the Middle East. The Mongol approach to warfare was methodical. Each engagement began with reconnaissance. Scouts mapped terrain, identified enemy weaknesses, and tracked supply movements. Communication was maintained through relay riders who ensured that orders traveled rapidly across the battlefield. Discipline was absolute. A single breach of command could result in execution. This rigorous order, combined with the flexibility of independent commanders, created a balance between central control and tactical autonomy that few contemporary armies could match. In 1213, the Mongols penetrated deeper into Jin territory, bypassing heavily fortified zones to strike at the empire's economic heartlands. Their speed and unpredictability overwhelmed the Jin command structure. The Mongols often encircled enemy armies through feigned retreats, a tactic that lured opponents into pursuit before surrounding them on open ground. These strategies, refined through centuries of nomadic warfare, proved devastating against the slower, hierarchically organized Jin forces. Within a few years, large portions of northern China lay in ruin, their cities besieged or destroyed. One of the key turning points of the campaign came with the fall of Zhengdu, the Jin capital, modern Beijing, in 1215. The siege lasted several months and demonstrated the Mongols' growing proficiency in siegecraft. Accounts from Chinese sources describe the use of stone-throwing machines, incendiary bombs, and tunnels undermining the city walls. When the defenses finally collapsed, the Mongols unleashed a wave of destruction that sent shockwaves throughout the region. Yet beneath the devastation lay a deliberate policy. The conquest of Zhengdu was not merely punitive, but symbolic. It announced to the world that the Mongols were no longer peripheral raiders, but a force capable of toppling dynasties. The fall of Zhengdu also brought immense wealth and resources to the Mongols. They acquired artisans, engineers, and administrators who were later integrated into the imperial system. Genghis Khan's pragmatic inclusiveness allowed the Mongol state to expand its administrative capacity far beyond what the steppe tradition alone could provide. Chinese engineers improved the Mongols' siege technologies. Scholars and scribes contributed to the development of a more sophisticated bureaucracy. The campaign against the Jin thus served as a crucible for institutional innovation. It was in this period that the Mongol Empire began to evolve from a mobile confederation into an organized imperial apparatus. Despite these successes, the conquest was not immediate or total. The Jin dynasty retreated southward, maintaining a diminished realm around Kaifeng. The Mongols, constrained by logistical challenges and internal priorities, did not press for complete annihilation until later decades. Instead, they consolidated control over the north, reorganizing conquered territories into administrative zones governed by trusted generals. These regions became bases for future operations, linking Mongolia to the agricultural and commercial wealth of China. The Mongols also began establishing permanent garrisons and supply depots, marking an early shift from nomadic raiding to sedentary governance. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Mongol conquest of the Jin was the strategic learning it produced. Genghis Khan demonstrated a consistent ability to adapt to new forms of warfare. In China, he encountered gunpowder weapons, fortified cities, and complex logistics, challenges that would have overwhelmed most steppe armies. Instead of avoiding these obstacles, he studied them, integrating what worked and discarding what did not. This willingness to learn from enemies became one of the defining strengths of Mongol expansion. By absorbing the knowledge of conquered peoples, the Mongols accelerated their own modernization. The conquest also redefined the economic landscape of East Asia. With the Jin heartland under Mongol control, the flow of goods, tribute, and manpower shifted northward. The Mongols began to regulate trade along the northern routes, ensuring safe passage for caravans in exchange for taxation. This policy not only enriched the empire, but also fostered a sense of stability that attracted merchants from across the region. It was an early foreshadowing of the commercial integration that would later characterize the Pax Mongolica, a period of unprecedented transcontinental exchange under Mongol rule. At a deeper level, the war against the Jin exposed the ideological dimension of Mongol imperialism. Genghis Khan's campaigns were not framed solely as material conquests, but as extensions of a divine mandate. The doctrine of Tungri justified the subjugation of sedentary peoples as part of a universal order ordained by the heavens. This belief infused the Mongol state with a sense of purpose that transcended material gain. Each victory reinforced the conviction that Genghis Khan ruled by divine favor, and that resistance to his authority was resistance to cosmic will. The resulting fusion of faith and empire gave Mongol expansion an enduring moral coherence that bound together its diverse populations. By the close of the campaign in the 1210s, the Mongols had secured their first major victory over a sedentary empire. They had proven that nomadic organization could triumph over agrarian bureaucracy, a reversal of the historical pattern that had dominated Eurasian history for millennia. The psychological impact was immense. To the Mongols, success against the Jin confirmed the universality of their system. To their neighbors, it signaled the arrival of a new geopolitical order. The balance of power in East Asia shifted decisively. The Song dynasty to the south, observing the fall of its northern rival, began to negotiate cautiously with the Mongols, unaware that it too would later face the same fate. The lessons of the Jin campaign extended far beyond China. It demonstrated to Genghis Khan and his generals that the empire's future depended on flexibility, the ability to move seamlessly between the mobile warfare of the steppe and the siege operations of sedentary lands. It also provided the Mongols with access to resources, agricultural surpluses, metallurgy, and human labor that would sustain their westward campaigns. From the ashes of Zhongdu, the Mongol army would soon march across the Gobi again, turning its attention towards Central Asia and the Islamic world. The conquest of the Jin dynasty thus stands as one of the foundational moments in the making of the Mongol Empire. It combined innovation with ruthlessness, pragmatism with vision. Through it, Genghis Khan established the operational model that his successors would follow for generations: the systematic integration of conquered peoples, the use of terror as a tool of psychological warfare, and the balance between mobility and bureaucracy. The Mongols had mastered not only the art of war, but also the science of empire building. In the years that followed, this experience would propel them westward toward new horizons. The wealthy cities of Central Asia, Khwarezm, Bokhara, and Samarkand, stood as the next challenge. These centers of Islamic learning and commerce controlled the arteries that connected east and west. Their subjugation would extend the Mongol reach across the Silk Road and open the path to Persia, the Caucasus, and eventually Europe. What began as a campaign against the Jin had thus evolved into a blueprint for global conquest. The unification of the steppe had forged the instrument of empire. The conquest of the Jin had tested and perfected it. Now, with China's northern frontier secured and the Mongol war machine at its zenith, Genghis Khan turned his gaze westward. The steppe riders, having defeated one of the world's great powers, were ready to confront the Islamic kingdoms of Central Asia, a clash that would bring the Mongols into direct contact with the heart of the Old World civilizations. By the second decade of the 13th century, the Mongol Empire stood firmly established across the steppes and the northern plains of China. The unification of the tribes and the conquest of the Jin dynasty had transformed Genghis Khan's realm into a formidable military and administrative power. Yet the Khan's ambitions extended far beyond East Asia. To the west lay the Islamic world, dominated at that time by the Khwarezmian Empire, a vast and prosperous state that stretched from the Aral Sea to the Persian Gulf. Its lands contained some of the richest cities of Central Asia: Otrar, Samarkand, Bokhara, and Urgench. This empire controlled the most important arteries of transcontinental trade, linking the Silk Road between China, Persia, and the Mediterranean. For the Mongols, it represented both opportunity and obstacle, the gateway to the west, but also a rival power whose pride would soon provoke one of the most devastating wars in medieval history. Initially, relations between the two empires were peaceful. Genghis Khan, ever pragmatic, sought diplomacy before conflict. His empire was already benefiting from the expansion of trade routes, and he recognized the strategic importance of commercial relations with the Islamic world. Around 1218, he dispatched a large caravan of Muslim merchants, accompanied by Mongol envoys, to the Khwarezmian city of Otrar. The mission's purpose was economic, to establish direct trade and open stable channels of exchange. Yet behind its mercantile appearance lay political intent, a test of whether the Khwarezmian ruler, Sultan Muhammad II, would recognize the Mongol Empire as an equal power. The outcome would determine the course of Eurasian history. The governor of Otrar, Inalchuk, suspicious of espionage and perhaps motivated by arrogance, accused the Mongol merchants of being spies. He ordered their execution and seized their goods. When news reached Genghis Khan, he responded not with immediate war, but with an appeal for justice. He sent 3 ambassadors to Sultan Muhammad, demanding that Inalchuk be punished for his actions. The Sultan, however, made a fateful decision. He executed one of the envoys and humiliated the others. In the political culture of the steppe, this was more than insult. It was a violation of sacred diplomatic custom. The murder of emissaries signified a rejection of negotiation, an act that demanded retribution. The Khan's response would be total war. The Mongol invasion of the Khwarezmian Empire in 1219 was an unprecedented military operation in both scale and precision. Genghis Khan assembled an army estimated between 150,000 and 200,000 men, including elite cavalry, engineers, and auxiliary units drawn from conquered peoples. The campaign was meticulously planned. The Mongols divided their forces into several columns, advancing simultaneously along different routes across Central Asia. Their objective was not simply to conquer territory, but to dismantle the Khwarezmian state as an organized political entity. Each army group operated independently, yet in coordination, a hallmark of Mongol strategic sophistication. The first target was Otrar, the city whose governor had provoked the conflict. Genghis Khan assigned his generals Jebe and Joki to besiege it, while other units moved southward to prevent reinforcements. The siege lasted several months, during which the Mongols demonstrated their mastery of siege warfare acquired in China. They used catapults, siege towers, and tunnels to breach the city's formidable defenses. When Otrar finally fell, Inalchuk was captured and executed. Molten silver, according to later chroniclers, was poured into his eyes and ears, a symbolic punishment for greed and betrayal. The destruction of Otrar sent a message across Central Asia. Resistance would bring annihilation. From Otrar, the Mongol armies advanced rapidly west and south. Their discipline, mobility, and intelligence gathering overwhelmed the Khwarezmian defense. Genghis Khan personally led the main force toward Bokhara, one of Islam's great cultural centers. The city was heavily fortified and defended by thousands of troops, yet internal divisions weakened its resolve. When the Mongols arrived in 1220, they surrounded the city and began a systematic siege. After brief resistance, Bokhara surrendered. The Khan entered the city's main mosque, reportedly declaring that divine judgment had delivered the city into his hands for its ruler's arrogance. While later chronicles embellished this moment, the event symbolized the fusion of conquest and ideology. The Mongols believed their victory to be sanctioned by heaven. The fall of Bokhara marked the beginning of the end for the Khwarezmian Empire. The Mongols moved swiftly toward Samarkand, the imperial capital. Sultan Muhammad's response was indecisive. Rather than concentrating his forces, he divided them among several cities, leaving each vulnerable to siege. In March 1220, Samarkand fell after only a few days of fighting. The Mongols, by then expert in the use of siege machines and coordinated assaults, stormed the city with overwhelming efficiency. Tens of thousands were killed, and the survivors were enslaved or relocated to serve Mongol purposes. Artisans and engineers were spared and sent east to enrich the empire's growing administrative and industrial base. The capture of Samarkand effectively destroyed the Khwarezmian military command structure. Sultan Muhammad fled westward, pursued relentlessly by Mongol detachments under Jebe and Subutai, two of Genghis Khan's most brilliant generals. Their pursuit, stretching over thousands of kilometers, demonstrated the extraordinary endurance of Mongol cavalry. They crossed deserts, mountains, and river valleys, cutting through the Sultan's retreating lines and capturing his entourage. Muhammad ultimately died in exile on a remote island in the Caspian Sea in 1220, a fitting symbol of the collapse of his once great empire. His death did not end Mongol operations. Instead, it opened the way for the subjugation of the remaining cities and territories. Urgench, the last major stronghold of Khwarezm, resisted fiercely. Its defense was heroic but futile. The Mongols faced heavy casualties during the assault and responded with total destruction once the city fell. Contemporary accounts describe a massacre so extensive that the Amu Darya River was said to have run red. While such descriptions are often exaggerated, they capture the scale of devastation that followed. For Genghis Khan, this was not senseless brutality, but a calculated demonstration. Terror served as a strategic instrument, a means to deter future resistance and accelerate surrender elsewhere. The message spread rapidly across Eurasia. Submission brought survival. Defiance ensured extinction. In the aftermath of conquest, Genghis Khan imposed a policy of systematic integration. Skilled workers were identified and spared, while the unskilled were often relocated or enslaved. The Mongols sought to rebuild rather than simply destroy, turning captured cities into nodes within a growing imperial network. Central Asia, previously a mosaic of independent city-states, was reorganized under Mongol administration. Trade resumed quickly under the protection of Mongol garrisons. The routes connecting China, Transoxiana, and Persia were secured, allowing for the free movement of merchants. This revival of commerce, paradoxically born from destruction, laid the foundation for the later era of the Pax Mongolica, when Mongol rule would bring stability across the heart of Eurasia. The campaign also marked the Mongols' first major contact with the Islamic world's intellectual and technological traditions. The empire absorbed not only artisans and engineers, but also scholars, physicians, and astronomers. Persian administrators were later employed throughout Mongol domains, helping to build an efficient tax system and legal framework. The conquest thus initiated a process of cultural exchange that would profoundly influence the Mongol state. It demonstrated Genghis Khan's pragmatism. Though ruthless in war, he valued knowledge and expertise, regardless of origin or religion. Yet the human cost of the Khwarezmian campaign was immense. Entire regions were depopulated, irrigation systems destroyed, and centuries of urban culture reduced to ruins. The ecological impact was severe. Abandoned farmlands reverted to desert. Medieval chroniclers, both Muslim and Chinese, regarded the invasion as one of the most catastrophic events of their age. Still, from the Mongol perspective, it was a necessary assertion of order against treachery. The message was clear. The world was to be reorganized under a single universal authority sanctioned by heaven. Resistance to that order was viewed as rebellion against divine law itself. Strategically, the war demonstrated the full maturity of Mongol military doctrine. It combined reconnaissance, deception, logistics, and psychological warfare into an integrated system. The pursuit of Sultan Muhammad across Central Asia, spanning from the Sir Darya to the Caspian, revealed the Mongols' ability to conduct multi-year campaigns across immense distances. Their army operated with near-total autonomy, sustained by mobility and discipline rather than fixed supply lines. In contrast, their sedentary opponents, bound to fortresses and local resources, found themselves consistently outmaneuvered. The fall of Khwarezm had far-reaching geopolitical consequences. It opened the Islamic heartlands to Mongol invasion. With Central Asia pacified, the Mongols gained direct access to Persia, the Caucasus, and the fringes of Eastern Europe. The campaign also established the western frontier of Genghis Khan's empire, a base from which future expeditions would be launched by his sons and generals. In a broader sense, it marked the beginning of Eurasia's integration under Mongol hegemony. Trade, migration, and communication increased dramatically across previously fragmented regions. Though born in violence, this unification reshaped the continent's historical trajectory for centuries. The campaign against Khwarezm also revealed the dual nature of Genghis Khan's leadership, relentless in warfare, yet rational in governance. His orders emphasized the swift restoration of trade and agriculture after conquest. He sought tribute, not annihilation, from those who submitted. In this balance between destruction and reconstruction lay the paradox of Mongol imperialism, an empire forged through devastation but sustained through order. To his followers, these victories confirmed his divine favor under Tengri. To the world beyond, they announced that the center of power had shifted from the ancient civilizations of the Near East to the once overlooked steppes of Mongolia. By the end of 1221, the Khwarezmian Empire had ceased to exist. Its cities lay in ruins, its ruler dead, its population scattered. The Mongols, having conquered the greatest power of the Islamic East, stood at the threshold of the Persian plateau and the Caucasus. Scouts and envoys were already reporting on lands beyond Armenia, Georgia, and the Rus principalities. The horizon of conquest seemed limitless. Yet even as Genghis Khan prepared new campaigns, he also began to consolidate his achievements. The empire he had built was now continental in scope, demanding systems of communication, taxation, and administration that could sustain it. The lessons of Khwarezm would inform this process: the necessity of intelligence, the value of specialists, and the utility of fear as a political instrument. From the execution of a few merchants in Otrar had arisen one of the most consequential wars in human history. It redrew the map of Eurasia, shattered ancient powers, and opened routes that would later connect civilizations across continents. For the Mongols, it proved that no empire, no matter how ancient or wealthy, could withstand their discipline and unity. For the rest of the world, it marked the beginning of a new era, one in which the frontiers between East and West would dissolve under the hooves of the steppe armies. As the dust settled over the ruins of Central Asia, Genghis Khan's gaze turned once more to the east. The Jin dynasty, though weakened, still endured in the south, while to the west lay the wealthy Islamic lands of Persia and Mesopotamia. The empire's destiny had only begun to unfold. The campaign against Khwarezm had proven that conquest was possible on a continental scale. The next challenge would be to sustain it. The Mongols, no longer a people in search of unity, had become the architects of a new world order. When the last fires of the Khwarezmian War burned out and the armies of Genghis Khan returned to their encampments, the Mongol world had changed irrevocably. What had begun as a confederation of steppe tribes had evolved into an empire spanning thousands of kilometers, from the forests of Manchuria to the deserts of Persia. Such a scale of dominion required more than military force. Conquest could win territories, but only governance could preserve them. The years that followed the destruction of Khwarezm were thus a period of profound institutional transformation, the era when Genghis Khan turned his war machine into an administrative order capable of managing a multi-ethnic, transcontinental realm. The foundation of Mongol governance rested on principles shaped by the steppe environment but adapted to the needs of empire. In the nomadic tradition, authority flowed from personal allegiance rather than bureaucracy. The Kuriltai, or Council of Nobles, remained the supreme decision-making body, but under Genghis Khan it began to take on the character of a formal state assembly. Here, great military and political matters were debated: campaigns, succession, and codification of laws. Attendance was both a privilege and a duty of the empire's leading figures, members of the royal lineage, generals, and trusted administrators. Through the Kuriltai, Genghis Khan maintained the appearance of collective governance, while in practice consolidating autocratic power. His word, sanctified by the mandate of Tungri, was supreme. Central to the empire's coherence was the creation of a legal code known as the Yasa. Although the original text has not survived, later chronicles describe it as a comprehensive set of laws that govern military discipline, taxation, civil conduct, and even personal behavior. The Yasa was less a written statute than a living body of decrees, continually refined to meet the needs of administration. It established severe penalties for theft, corruption, and disobedience, offenses that threatened the fragile unity of the empire. Yet it also introduced principles of justice that were, for their time, unusually egalitarian. Even nobles could be punished for crimes against the state, and promotions were awarded on merit rather than lineage. This codification of steppe customs into imperial law marked a turning point in Eurasian governance. It fused nomadic discipline with administrative rationality. The Yasa also institutionalized religious tolerance, a policy that distinguished the Mongol Empire from many of its contemporaries. Genghis Khan, though devoted to traditional steppe spirituality centered on the eternal sky, regarded religion primarily as a source of social cohesion. He exempted priests, monks, and scholars of all faiths from taxation and military service. Buddhist lamas, Muslim imams, Christian priests, and Taoist monks alike found protection under Mongol rule. This policy was not idealistic, but pragmatic. By respecting diverse beliefs, Genghis ensured loyalty among conquered peoples and facilitated cooperation among his administrators. It also reflected his personal conviction that truth could manifest through many spiritual traditions, an idea that resonated across his vast multicultural domain. The transformation from nomadic leadership to imperial administration required new instruments of communication and record-keeping. To govern such distances, Genghis Khan established the Yam, an imperial relay system that would become one of the marvels of medieval statecraft. Stretching across the steppe and through conquered territories, it consisted of thousands of relay stations, each equipped with fresh horses, supplies, and accommodations for couriers. Messages could travel from Karakoram to the western frontiers in a matter of days, an unprecedented speed for the 13th century. The Yam network was not only a communication system, but also a symbol of imperial order, the physical manifestation of centralized control across the world's largest land empire. To support this administrative infrastructure, the Mongols integrated specialists from every conquered culture. Chinese engineers, Persian accountants, Uyghur scribes, and Khitan administrators all contributed to the functioning of government. The Uyghur script, adapted from the Sogdian alphabet, became the official writing system of the empire. This script, capable of recording the Mongol language for administrative purposes, allowed decrees and laws to be standardized and disseminated efficiently. The inclusion of foreign officials demonstrated Genghis Khan's pragmatic worldview. He valued competence over ethnicity, loyalty over heritage. This meritocratic approach helped prevent internal rivalry and ensured the rapid professionalization of the imperial bureaucracy. Taxation, another cornerstone of empire, evolved through similar pragmatism. In contrast to the arbitrary levies imposed by many pre-modern states, Mongol taxation was standardized and predictable. Tribute was collected in the form of goods, labor, or coin, depending on regional economies. Agricultural lands in China and Persia paid grain and silver. Pastoral communities contributed livestock. Merchants offered customs duties. To prevent corruption, census officials conducted regular population counts, recording households, livestock, and productive capacity. This systematic approach reflected lessons learned from the Chinese and Islamic bureaucracies, but was simplified for Mongol efficiency. It allowed the Khan to maintain a stable revenue stream while minimizing resentment among conquered peoples. Economic policy under the Mongols was guided by one overriding principle: to facilitate trade. Genghis Khan recognized that commerce, not tribute alone, could sustain imperial wealth. He established protections for merchants, known as the Ordo system, which encouraged private enterprise under state sponsorship. Traders who registered with the empire received official passes guaranteeing safe passage and access to the Yam network. These measures transformed the Silk Road into a secure and profitable corridor. Goods from China, silk, porcelain, and paper moved westward, while Persian textiles, Indian spices, and Russian furs flowed east. This revival of transcontinental commerce marked the beginning of a new era in global exchange, laying the foundations for what later historians would call the Pax Mongolica. The Mongols' administrative vision extended beyond economics. They sought to manage the empire's diverse populations with a degree of organization rare in medieval times. Captured cities were divided into districts governed by appointed officials called daragachi, who reported directly to the Khan. These administrators oversaw taxation, law enforcement, and the maintenance of public order. Local leaders, if cooperative, were often retained to ensure continuity. The Mongols understood that excessive disruption could undermine productivity. Thus, while they could be ruthless in conquest, they were pragmatic in governance. Their objective was not cultural annihilation, but control through efficiency. The empire's military organization remained intertwined with its administration. Every adult male was registered within the decimal system, units of tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. This structure ensured both rapid mobilization and accountability. In times of peace, these units also functioned as labor divisions, constructing infrastructure or maintaining order. Loyalty was reinforced through collective responsibility. The misconduct of one soldier could bring punishment upon his entire unit. This system, rooted in nomadic discipline, was repurposed to sustain a standing imperial force capable of responding to threats across continents. The legal and administrative order established by Genghis Khan was accompanied by deliberate efforts at cultural integration. Artisans, scholars, and engineers were relocated across the empire to disseminate skills and technologies. Chinese metallurgists introduced advanced weapon production techniques to Central Asia, while Persian architects influenced the design of new cities and fortifications. This circulation of knowledge, though often coerced, accelerated the diffusion of technology on an unprecedented scale. Paper money, gunpowder, and printing, innovations developed in China, would eventually travel westward along Mongol trade routes, reshaping the economies and warfare of Europe. One of Genghis Khan's most significant innovations was the reorganization of social hierarchy. He deliberately weakened tribal divisions that could challenge central authority. Nobility based on birth was replaced with hierarchy based on service. Generals, administrators, and craftsmen could rise in status through loyalty and competence. Even the sons of common herdsmen could attain rank through valor. This policy reduced internal strife and cultivated a sense of collective identity, not as individual tribes, but as servants of the Khan's universal empire. It was a profound transformation, from a society bound by kinship to one structured by merit and law. To consolidate his rule over distant regions, Genghis Khan appointed his sons as governors of major territories, but required them to swear allegiance to the central authority. Jochi oversaw the western steppes, Chagatai governed Central Asia, Ogdi administered the Mongol heartlands, and Talyui managed the eastern domains. This system preserved unity while enabling localized management. Yet it also planted the seeds of future division, as these territorial inheritances would later evolve into independent khanates. During Genghis's lifetime, however, the balance held firm. Communication through the yam, oversight by trusted envoys, and the authority of the Yasa maintained cohesion. Education and record-keeping became increasingly vital as the empire expanded. The Mongols commissioned translations of administrative manuals, religious texts, and scientific treatises. Persian and Chinese scholars were encouraged to collaborate, producing works in astronomy, geography, and medicine. The Khan recognized that knowledge was a resource of power equal to armies. Although literacy remained rare among the steppe nobility, the use of scribes and secretaries ensured that decrees and correspondence were accurately transmitted. In this way, Genghis Khan's empire became not only a military network, but also an intellectual one. The durability of Mongol administration was tested in the final years of Genghis Khan's reign. As new territories were incorporated, the challenge shifted from conquest to integration. The destruction of the Khwarezmian cities had demonstrated Mongol power. Their reconstruction would demonstrate Mongol order. Roads were repaired, irrigation restored, and local markets reopened. The Khan ordered censuses and surveys to assess the productivity of each region. Even as armies advanced westward, administrators followed, ensuring that every conquered land was swiftly brought under a regular system of governance. This synchronization of war and administration was perhaps the Mongols' greatest achievement, the reason their empire could expand so far without collapsing into chaos. The ultimate test of Genghis Khan's governance system came with succession planning. In 1227, as his health declined, he convened a final Kurultai to confirm Ogdi as his heir. The choice was strategic. Ogdi was known for his administrative skill and moderate temperament. By selecting a successor capable of maintaining order rather than seeking new conquest, Genghis demonstrated an awareness that the empire's future depended on governance more than war. He left behind not only armies but also institutions, a legal code, a postal system, and a framework of merit-based administration that would outlast his lifetime. When Genghis Khan died later that year, he left the Mongol Empire as the largest contiguous dominion in human history. Its strength did not rest solely on conquest, but on the disciplined application of governance principles that blended steppe tradition with the bureaucratic wisdom of the civilizations it had subdued. His vision of universal rule, under the law of Tungri and the order of the Yasa, would guide his successors for generations. It was this administrative backbone that allowed the Mongols to sustain their empire long after the Great Khan's death, to continue expanding, adapting, and governing lands far removed from the plains of Mongolia. Through the Yasa, the Yam, and the Dargachi, the Mongols achieved what few nomadic conquerors had ever accomplished: the transformation of transient conquest into durable statehood. This synthesis of mobility and order became the hallmark of their civilization. The empire's administrative innovations, from postal networks to standardized law, would echo in later states across Eurasia, influencing governance models in Russia, Persia, and China. The Mongols, once perceived as destroyers, had become architects of a global system of exchange and administration. As Genghis Khan's body was carried back to Mongolia for burial, his empire continued to move. Armies still marching westward, envoys still crossing the steppes, and messages still relayed across thousands of kilometers. The machinery of rule he had built outlived him. The next generation, under Ogdi, would inherit not only his conquests, but also his administrative genius. The challenge now was to expand and refine that legacy, to transform governance into empire-wide civilization. When Genghis Khan's body was returned to the Mongolian steppes in 1227, the empire he left behind was immense but fragile. Its frontiers stretched from the Caspian Sea to the Pacific Ocean, encompassing a mosaic of peoples, languages, and faiths. The challenge that now confronted his heirs was not simply to preserve these conquests, but to transform them into a sustainable imperial order. The decision to appoint Ogdi, the Khan's third son, as his successor had been deliberate. Unlike his elder brothers, Joki and Chagatai, who were strong-willed and occasionally contentious, Ogdi was known for his patience, fairness, and administrative temperament. He lacked the military charisma of his father, but possessed the steady intellect required to govern an empire of continental scope. The transition of power following Genghis Khan's death was a critical moment in world history. Many empires before the Mongols had disintegrated upon the death of their founding conqueror. Yet the Mongol succession of 1229, ratified at a great Kuriltai held near the Onon River, was remarkably smooth. This reflected both Genghis Khan's foresight and the institutional framework he had created. The Yasa provided legal continuity, the loyalty of the generals ensured military discipline, and the network of administrators maintained the empire's internal functions without disruption. At the Kuriltai, Ogdi was formally acclaimed as Khagan, or Great Khan, inheritor of the universal mandate of Tungri. His accession marked not only dynastic continuity, but also the beginning of the Mongol Empire's transition from expansion through conquest to expansion through administration. Ogdi's first priority was consolidation. He understood that the vast dominion he inherited required an organized center of government. For the nomadic Mongols, power had traditionally been itinerant, moving with the royal encampment across the steppe. Yet such mobility was no longer practical for an empire that encompassed permanent urban centers and settled populations. Around 1235, Ogdi founded the city of Karakoram on the Orkhon River, near the ancient heartland of Mongol power. Though modest in appearance, Karakoram symbolized a profound transformation, the emergence of a sedentary capital for a formerly nomadic people. It became the administrative heart of the empire, housing the Khan's palace, treasuries, foreign embassies, and archives. From here, Ogdi ruled a realm that now extended across much of Asia. The construction of Karakoram brought together architects and artisans from across the empire, Chinese stonemasons, Persian metalworkers, and Muslim engineers. The city's design reflected the Mongols' cosmopolitan identity. Its temples and mosques stood side by side. Its markets traded goods from every corner of Eurasia. Foreign envoys described it as a hub of exchange where merchants from Russia, India, and the Levant could be found negotiating under the protection of Mongol law. The founding of Karakoram marked the first time the steppe had produced not just a conquering polity, but a true imperial center of administration and diplomacy. Internally, Ogdi sought to strengthen the empire's institutional backbone. He expanded the Yam postal system established by his father, extending it westward into Central Asia and Persia and eastward into northern China. Each relay station was now required to maintain stables of fresh horses and provide food, lodging, and repair facilities for messengers. This ensured continuous communication between the capital and the distant provinces. Messages that once took months could now traverse the empire in mere days. The Yam system became a model of logistical efficiency that would later astonish visiting Europeans such as Giovanni de Pien del Carpine and William of Rubruck. To maintain economic stability, Ogdi implemented comprehensive census reforms. Between 1230 and 1236, officials conducted population surveys across China, Central Asia, and the Middle East to assess taxable wealth and labor capacity. This data allowed the Khan to introduce a fixed tribute system, replacing the more arbitrary exactions of earlier years. Taxation was collected through appointed governors, dargachi, often assisted by local administrators familiar with regional conditions. This balance between Mongol oversight and local cooperation minimized resistance and improved efficiency. The revenues thus generated funded infrastructure, the yam, and continued military operations. The empire's expansion did not halt under Ogdi's reign. Rather, it entered a new phase of systematic conquest supported by bureaucratic planning. The most significant campaigns during his rule were those in northern China and eastern Europe, two theaters that demonstrated the Mongols' unprecedented capacity for multi-front warfare. In China, the Mongols turned their attention toward the remaining Jin dynasty, which still ruled much of northern and central China from its capital at Kaifeng. The Jin, weakened by decades of war and internal decline, nonetheless posed a formidable challenge. Ogdi directed a series of coordinated campaigns between 1230 and 1234, led by generals Subutai, Taoyui, and others. The Mongols employed siege tactics perfected during earlier conquests, combining mobility with heavy artillery. Chinese engineers, now serving the Mongol army, constructed catapults and gunpowder weapons that breached the walls of Jin strongholds. By 1234, the Jin dynasty had fallen. The conquest gave the Mongols control of the Yellow River Basin, one of the world's most productive agricultural regions, and opened the path to the southern Song dynasty. The fall of the Jin had more than military significance. It provided the Mongols with access to the sophisticated administrative machinery of northern China, census records, taxation offices, and urban bureaucracies. Ogdi wisely chose not to dismantle these systems, but to integrate them into Mongol governance. Chinese officials were retained, their expertise recognized. The Khan's policies reflected an emerging pattern of imperial pragmatism: conquer militarily, but govern through existing institutions. This adaptability became one of the reasons the Mongol Empire could sustain control over so many diverse populations. While the eastern campaigns concluded, another front opened in the west. The Mongol generals Subutai and Batu, son of Joki, led the armies into Eastern Europe in one of the most ambitious expeditions in medieval history. Between 1236 and 1241, Mongol forces swept across the Volga River, subjugating the Bulgar state, the Kipchak steppe, and the principalities of Rus. The cities of Ryazan, Vladimir, and Kiev were captured and devastated. These campaigns extended Mongol influence into the European heartlands, culminating in the invasion of Poland and Hungary. The battles of Liegnitz and Mohi in 1241 demonstrated the devastating effectiveness of Mongol cavalry tactics: mobility, feigned retreat, and encirclement. The armies moved with precision that left European observers astonished and fearful. However, at the height of their success, the European campaign was abruptly halted. In December 1241, news reached Batu and Subutai that Ogdi Khan had died in Karakoram. As Mongol tradition required the princes to return home for the election of a new great Khan, the armies withdrew. Though Europe was spared further invasion, the campaign had shown the global reach of Mongol strategy. A coordinated military system operating across thousands of kilometers, sustained by an administrative network that bound the empire together. Ogdi's reign was not without internal challenges. The vastness of the empire and the ambitions of Genghis Khan's descendants occasionally generated disputes. The most significant tension arose between the houses of Chagatai and Joki, whose territories bordered in Central Asia. Ogdi managed these rivalries with careful diplomacy, invoking the authority of the Yasa to mediate disputes. He convened periodic Kuriltais to reaffirm unity and redistribute responsibilities. These assemblies, though ceremonial, reinforced the legitimacy of his rule and reminded all princes that their authority derived from the great Khan. Ogdi's domestic policies reflected his administrative vision as much as his political acumen. He encouraged the reconstruction of cities destroyed during earlier conquests, particularly in Transoxiana and northern China. Skilled artisans were released from military service and assigned to rebuilding projects. New trade routes were opened and secured, linking the Chinese silk markets to Persian textile centers. The Khan also authorized the issue of paper currency in parts of China, modeled on the Song system, to facilitate commerce. This marked the first attempt by a Mongol ruler to manage monetary policy, a significant step toward economic centralization. The Great Khan also maintained the Mongol tradition of religious tolerance. In Karakoram, Buddhist temples, Christian churches, and Muslim mosques stood within sight of one another. Foreign envoys noted that the Khan often received clerics of different faiths on the same day, listening to their teachings with equal respect. His approach was pragmatic. By permitting religious freedom, he ensured loyalty among conquered populations and encouraged the flow of scholars and merchants. The resulting atmosphere of openness contributed to the flourishing of intellectual and cultural exchange across the empire. One of Ogdi's most important contributions to imperial governance was the formalization of the Great Yasa, the compilation and expansion of Genghis Khan's original decrees into a coherent administrative code. This effort, undertaken with the assistance of scribes from various regions, ensured that Mongol law could be applied uniformly across the empire. It addressed matters ranging from military discipline and taxation to marriage, property, and trade regulation. The codification reinforced a sense of legal continuity and imperial unity. At the same time, Ogdi faced growing challenges of maintaining discipline within the ruling elite. The wealth of conquest and the sedentary luxury of court life began to erode the austere simplicity of the steppe ethos. The Khan himself, known for his generosity and fondness for wine, sometimes relied heavily on his capable advisors, particularly his wife, Torajin Khatun, and his high officials such as Chinkai, a scholar of Uyghur origin. This delegation of authority, while stabilizing administration, also foreshadowed the increasing influence of powerful court factions that would later shape Mongol politics. Despite these internal complexities, Ogdi's reign represented the high point of Mongol cohesion. The empire functioned as a unified political and economic system, connected by law, communication, and shared loyalty to the Great Khan. Karakoram, though distant and austere, became the symbolic center of the known world, a place where envoys from every civilization gathered to pay tribute or seek alliance. Persian historians described it as the navel of the earth, where the destinies of nations were decided by decree. When Ogdi died unexpectedly in 1241, he left behind a functioning imperial machine, one that combined military might with administrative order. His death, however, reopened the question of succession, and the delicate balance among the Khan's sons and grandsons began to waver. The regency of his widow, Torajin, maintained continuity for a time, but political rivalries soon surfaced. Yet, even amid these struggles, the institutions established under Ogdi endured. The Yam continued to operate, the census system remained in effect, and the law of the Yasa continued to unify distant lands under a single imperial identity. Ogdi's legacy lies in his transformation of the Mongol Empire from a conquering movement into a functioning state. He had inherited an army and left behind a government. His reign demonstrated that the Mongols were not merely destroyers, but capable organizers of civilization. The city of Karakoram, the legal codifications, and the expansion of infrastructure embodied a synthesis of nomadic dynamism and bureaucratic discipline that would define the next phase of the empire. By the mid-13th century, under Ogdi's vision, the Mongol world had achieved what no previous polity had accomplished: the creation of a single, integrated system stretching from the Pacific to the Danube. It was an empire of movement and order, of horsemen and scribes, united under the seal of the Great Khan. Yet with the death of Ogdi, new forces began to stir: rivalries of lineage, regional ambitions, and the challenge of ruling an empire whose size defied comprehension. The next phase of Mongol history would be defined not only by conquest, but by administration under new rulers, and by the struggle to maintain unity in a world that was rapidly expanding beyond the grasp of any single Khan. By the early 1240s, the Mongol Empire had achieved a territorial reach unprecedented in human history. The central command of Karakoram, strengthened under Ogdi Khan's reign, allowed the Khanate to project power across Eurasia with remarkable precision. The conquest of Central Asia, northern China, and the former Khwarezmian lands had created a network of territories linked by the Yam, the Yasa, and a disciplined military hierarchy. Yet, even as the Mongol administration consolidated, the western frontiers remained a focus for expansion. It was in this context that the campaigns into Eastern Europe and the Middle East unfolded, guided by the strategic genius of generals Subutai and Bada Khan, the son of Joki. These campaigns demonstrated the Mongols' ability to combine logistics, intelligence, and overwhelming mobility to subdue territories far beyond the steppe. The first major Western campaign under Ogdi's authority began in 1236, with Bada leading an army into the Volga region. The campaign was a calculated extension of the Mongol policy to secure the empire's borders while projecting influence into neighboring territories. Batu, though only in his 20s, had been trained under the tutelage of his father, Joki, and the seasoned commander Subutai, who was responsible for operational planning. Together, they applied the Mongol principles of intelligence gathering, feigned retreats, and decentralized command to an unprecedented theater of war. The initial targets were the Kipchak steppe and the Volga Bulgars, strategically significant because they controlled riverine trade and provided potential avenues into Eastern Europe. The Mongol armies approached the region with meticulous reconnaissance. Subutai employed networks of spies and informants to map fortifications, identify supply routes, and assess the political cohesion of enemy states. Intelligence indicated that the Rus principalities were fragmented, with rival princes often at odds over territory, taxation, and allegiance. This division would later prove decisive. In 1237, the Mongols crossed the Volga and struck with sudden, devastating force. Ryazan, a fortified city southeast of Moscow, was the first to fall. The defenders, unprepared for the mobility and coordinated assault of the Mongol cavalry, were overwhelmed. Contemporary chronicles report that the city was destroyed almost entirely, signaling the Mongols' approach to resistance: swift, decisive, and total. Following Ryazan, the Mongol army swept across the principalities of Vladimir, Suzdal, and Moscow. Their tactics relied on speed, surprise, and the integration of psychological warfare. Units feigned retreat to lure defenders from fortified positions, only to encircle and annihilate them. Subutai's operational genius ensured that multiple armies operated in concert, each maneuvering independently yet in alignment with overall strategy. Within a few months, the Mongols had effectively neutralized the Rus political structure, capturing or killing princely leaders and demonstrating that conventional fortifications were insufficient against their mobile forces. The campaign extended into Eastern Europe in 1241, reaching Hungary and Poland. This phase, historically termed the Mongol invasion of Europe, involved a coordinated strike along multiple axes. Badu and Subutai advanced simultaneously, dividing their forces to strike at key urban centers while maintaining lines of communication. The Battle of Liegnitz in April 1241 exemplified Mongol tactical superiority. Facing a coalition of European knights and levies, the Mongols executed a classic encirclement, exploiting their cavalry's mobility to create confusion and isolate enemy units. Contemporary accounts describe the speed and discipline of the Mongol forces as unlike anything seen in European warfare. Soon after, the Battle of Mohi in Hungary further demonstrated their effectiveness. The Hungarian forces were decisively defeated, and the Danube basin fell under Mongol control. Despite the success, the European campaign was halted abruptly by the death of Ogdi Khan in December 1241. According to Mongol custom, the princes and generals were obliged to return to Mongolia to participate in the election of a new great Khan. This withdrawal spared Western Europe from further devastation, but did not diminish the significance of the campaign. The operations demonstrated that the Mongols had developed a coherent system for projecting power across extreme distances, coordinating multiple armies, and integrating intelligence, logistics, and strategic timing. The campaigns also highlighted the importance of succession and centralized authority. Even the most competent generals could not operate indefinitely without the legitimacy conferred by the Great Khan. Simultaneously, Mongol operations in the Middle East began to unfold. Following the destruction of the Khwarezmian Empire, the western steppe frontier opened toward Persia and the Caucasus. In the 1230s and 1240s, Batu Khan led forces into the northwestern Caucasus and the Volga region, establishing control over the Kipchak steppe and the cities along the Caspian. These conquests secured the empire's western flank and laid the foundation for the Golden Horde, a semi-autonomous khanate that would govern the northwestern territories for the next 2 centuries. Batu's leadership combined military acumen with administrative foresight. He established garrisons, appointed trusted administrators, and maintained the yam system to ensure communication with Karakorum. The Golden Horde's emergence represented an innovative approach to imperial governance. Though Batu owed allegiance to the Great Khan, he possessed the autonomy to manage regional affairs, including taxation, military recruitment, and diplomatic relations. Local elites were often co-opted into the Mongol system. Russian princes, for instance, were allowed to retain nominal authority in exchange for tribute and military service. This pragmatic arrangement minimized resistance while consolidating Mongol influence. Over time, the Golden Horde became a permanent feature of Eurasian geopolitics, bridging the steppes of Central Asia with the Russian principalities and facilitating trade along the Volga and Dnieper rivers. Mongol operations in the Middle East also extended southward toward the Khwarezmian successor states and the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad. Although Ogdi did not personally campaign in Mesopotamia, his generals conducted reconnaissance and punitive raids to secure trade routes and suppress rebellion. These incursions were limited in scope, but strategically significant. They demonstrated Mongol capacity to project influence without overextending supply lines and reinforced the psychological dominance of the empire across diverse regions. The Abbasid Caliphate, once a major political and cultural center, now faced a formidable neighbor that controlled the northern approaches to its territory. Military strategy during these campaigns emphasized intelligence and flexibility. Subutai, often regarded as the empire's greatest strategist, orchestrated simultaneous operations over vast distances. In Eastern Europe, detachments advanced through forests, rivers, and plains, adapting to terrain and climate while maintaining cohesion with the main army. This operational style contrasted sharply with European and Middle Eastern militaries, which relied on static fortifications and centralized command. The Mongols' ability to subdivide forces, exploit terrain, and coordinate multi-front campaigns allowed them to strike unpredictably, maximizing psychological and material impact. The European and Middle Eastern expansions had significant administrative consequences. The Mongols installed Daragachi to oversee conquered cities, collecting tribute and enforcing the yasa. Trade and taxation networks were extended into new regions, linking the Volga, Dnieper, and Caspian corridors with Karakorum. These arrangements reinforced the Mongols' dual approach. Conquest ensured military dominance, while administration ensured economic and political stability. By integrating local elites and preserving certain indigenous institutions, the Mongols minimized resistance and facilitated the incorporation of vast territories into a single imperial system. The campaigns also accelerated cultural and economic exchange across Eurasia. The movement of merchants, artisans, and scholars along the Mongol-controlled corridors facilitated the transmission of technologies, ideas, and commodities. Chinese papermaking and gunpowder, Persian astronomy, and Islamic architectural techniques traveled westward, while European goods and knowledge reached the eastern frontiers. This period marked the first large-scale, empire-wide integration of Eurasian civilizations, a process that would culminate in the Pax Mongolica during the later 13th century. The Golden Horde, situated at the nexus of these routes, played a pivotal role in sustaining this network, controlling both land and river passages that linked northern Europe with the Asian interior. Despite their achievements, the Mongol campaigns revealed the limits of imperial control. Resistance, though fragmented, persisted in pockets across Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Local populations employed scorched earth tactics, fortified positions, and diplomacy to delay Mongol advance. Moreover, the reliance on the Great Khan's central authority meant that sudden deaths or succession crises could disrupt operations, as evidenced by Ogdi's demise. Nevertheless, The Mongols' capacity for rapid mobilization, logistical coordination, and psychological warfare ensured that even temporary resistance rarely resulted in strategic failure. The establishment of the Golden Horde under Batu had long-term geopolitical consequences. It created a durable Mongol presence in the Russian steppes, influencing political development for centuries. Russian principalities became vassals, paying tribute while retaining internal autonomy, a system that allowed the Mongols to govern effectively over a dispersed and culturally diverse population. The horde's control of trade routes also stimulated economic integration, linking Eastern Europe to Central Asia and facilitating the circulation of goods, people, and ideas across Eurasia. This administrative and military model would serve as a template for other Mongol khanates, combining conquest with pragmatic governance. By the mid-1240s, the Mongol Empire had achieved its westernmost territorial expansion. The campaigns of Batu and Subutai had secured the northern and western frontiers, established the Golden Horde, and demonstrated the Mongols' ability to integrate distant populations into an imperial system. The empire now encompassed a contiguous landmass stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Danube, with a network of cities, garrisons, and communication routes that ensured centralized control. The combination of military innovation, administrative foresight, and logistical mastery allowed the Mongols to maintain cohesion across unprecedented distances, setting the stage for continued expansion and the eventual unification of Eurasian trade and governance. The legacy of these campaigns was both material and strategic. Eastern Europe and the Middle East were profoundly affected by Mongol operations. Cities were destroyed, populations displaced, and political structures reorganized under Mongol authority. At the same time, the campaigns facilitated commerce, knowledge transfer, and technological diffusion, laying the groundwork for a more interconnected Eurasian world. The Golden Horde emerged not merely as a conquering force, but as an enduring political entity, integrating tribute, law, and administration into a coherent regional system. By combining military brilliance with institutional innovation, Batu and Subutai extended Genghis Khan's vision of empire into new frontiers. Their campaigns were not isolated episodes of conquest, but a continuation of a strategic framework that balanced force with governance. In securing Eurasia's northern and western corridors, they ensured that the Mongol Empire would remain a global power long after Ogdi's death, influencing politics, trade, and culture across continents. The stage was now set for further consolidation, succession struggles, and the next phase of expansion toward the heartlands of the Islamic world and the Chinese South, as the Mongols transitioned from conquerors to administrators of a transcontinental empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongol conquests had extended from the steppes of Central Asia through Eastern Europe and northern China. Yet the rich, complex societies of Persia presented both opportunity and challenge. The region, comprising former territories of the Khwarezmian Empire and the fragmented remnants of various Muslim dynasties, was strategically vital. It controlled key trade routes, fertile river valleys, and access to the Middle East. Securing Persia was not merely a military imperative. It required administrative innovation, cultural adaptation, and long-term governance strategies. The stage was set for the rise of the Ilkhanate, one of the most enduring Mongol successor states, which would leave a profound imprint on the political and cultural landscape of the Middle East. The initial campaigns in Persia were directed by Hulagu, grandson of Genghis Khan, beginning in 1253. Ogdi's successors, including Gayuk and later Monk, sanctioned the operation as a strategic effort to secure the empire's southwestern frontier and to subdue the Nizari Ismaili strongholds, often referred to in European chronicles as the Assassins. Hulagu assembled an army of roughly 100,000 troops, incorporating Mongols from the steppe as well as subject auxiliaries drawn from conquered peoples. The campaign combined overwhelming force with meticulous planning. Intelligence networks mapped fortifications, supply lines were secured along the Zagros and Euphrates corridors, and skilled engineers, including Chinese and Persian specialists, were brought to manage siege operations. The first major objective was the capture of fortified mountain settlements held by the Nizari Ismailis. Known for their impenetrable castles and guerrilla tactics, the Ismailis presented a unique challenge. Yet Mongol discipline, combined with superior siege technology, enabled Hulagu to neutralize these strongholds. At the fortress of Alamut, the Mongols employed catapults, tunnels, and coordinated assaults that forced surrender after prolonged resistance. This operation demonstrated a critical aspect of Mongol military strategy, the integration of local expertise and technological innovation with steppe mobility. It also sent a clear signal to all Persian polities regarding the consequences of defiance. Following the subjugation of the Ismailis, Hulagu advanced into central Persia, targeting the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad. The city, a symbol of Islamic authority and culture, had long resisted outside dominion. In 1258, after a brief siege, Mongol forces breached Baghdad's defenses. The fall of the city marked one of the most significant events in the history of the Islamic world. Baghdad's political and economic infrastructure was devastated, yet the Mongols exhibited a pragmatic approach in consolidating control afterward. Administrative records, taxation systems, and artisan expertise were co-opted to serve the Mongol administration. While the destruction was substantial, the Mongols recognized that maintaining urban productivity and trade was essential for sustaining imperial revenues. With Baghdad under control, Hulagu established the Ilkhanate as a regional Mongol polity, nominally subordinate to the Great Khan in Karakoram but functionally autonomous. The Ilkhanate encompassed Persia, parts of Mesopotamia, the Caucasus, and eastern Anatolia. Hulagu installed trusted Mongol and local administrators to oversee taxation, law enforcement, and military organization. The Yasa remained the foundation of legal authority, supplemented by Persian bureaucratic expertise. This combination of Mongol oversight and indigenous administration allowed the Ilkhanate to maintain order across diverse populations and complex urban networks. Economically, the Ilkhanate benefited from its control of key trade routes linking China, Central Asia, and the Mediterranean. Hulagu and his officials recognized the importance of commerce for imperial stability. They secured caravan routes, protected merchant convoys, and standardized tolls and taxation. Persian cities such as Isfahan, Shiraz, and Tabriz became vital hubs in the transcontinental network, facilitating the exchange of silk, spices, precious metals, and textiles. This integration of Persian infrastructure into the Mongol Empire ensured a steady flow of revenue and reinforced the Ilkhanate's role as both a military and economic power. The Mongols' approach to religion in Persia reflected their broader policy of tolerance. Hulagu, though a member of the traditional Mongol elite, interacted with Shia and Sunni Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, and Jews. Religious leaders were often consulted on governance issues, and clerics were granted protection and exemptions from taxation. While the Ilkhanate initially practiced traditional steppe shamanism, over time the rulers adopted local religious practices. Ghazan Khan, Hulagu's successor, famously converted to Islam in 1295, formalizing the integration of Persian culture and religion into the Mongol state. This policy facilitated acceptance among local populations and provided a framework for long-term administrative stability. Administratively, the Ilkhanate replicated the Mongol emphasis on centralized coordination while adapting to Persian traditions. The office of the vizier, a position inherited from pre-Mongol Islamic governance, was integrated into the Mongol hierarchy. These officials oversaw taxation, census-taking, and infrastructure, reporting to the Khan. Land surveys were conducted to assess agricultural productivity and ensure equitable tribute collection. The Mongols also employed scribes and translators to maintain correspondence with Karakoram and other Mongol khanates, preserving imperial cohesion across vast distances. This balance of Mongol authority and Persian expertise exemplified the adaptability of Mongol governance in culturally complex regions. Urban reconstruction and patronage of architecture became another focus of the Ilkhanate. Cities damaged during military campaigns were rebuilt, often incorporating Mongol military and administrative infrastructure. Bridges, fortifications, and caravanserais were constructed to facilitate trade and control strategic locations. Persian artisans and engineers contributed to the design of palaces, mosques, and public works, blending local and Mongol sensibilities. These projects reinforced the legitimacy of Mongol rule and promoted the economic and cultural vitality of the region. The Ilkhanate also played a critical role in the diffusion of knowledge. Scholars, engineers, and astronomers from across the empire were encouraged to collaborate. Persian mathematicians and astronomers interacted with Chinese experts brought westward by the Mongols, exchanging innovations in calendar making, navigation, and medicine. This intellectual synthesis was facilitated by the empire's infrastructure. The YAM system, protected trade routes, and administrative centers provided the logistical support necessary for scholarly exchange. The Ilkhanate thus became a conduit for trans-Eurasian knowledge transfer, shaping the scientific and cultural landscape of the late medieval world. Military organization under the Ilkhanate retained traditional Mongol features while adapting to local conditions. Mongol cavalry units remained the core of the army, but Persian infantry and engineers were incorporated to manage sieges and urban defense. The decimal system of command, units of tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands, persisted, ensuring rapid mobilization and accountability. Garrisons were stationed in strategic cities, maintaining order and securing trade routes. These forces could respond quickly to internal revolts or external threats, preserving both the security and economic stability of the Ilkhanate. The Ilkhanate's consolidation had long-term geopolitical consequences. By establishing a durable Mongol presence in Persia and Mesopotamia, the Mongols influenced the political trajectory of the Middle East for generations. Local dynasties were subordinated, trade networks were stabilized, and cultural exchange flourished. The integration of Persian bureaucracy with Mongol authority created a governance model that balanced conquest with administrative pragmatism. It also allowed the Mongols to maintain connections with other khanates, including the Golden Horde and the Yuan dynasty in China, contributing to a pan-Eurasian system of political and economic networks. The emergence of the Ilkhanate illustrates the Mongols' capacity to transform military conquest into enduring state structures. Hulagu's campaigns and administrative reforms were not simply exercises in power projection. They were deliberate strategies to integrate complex societies into a coherent imperial system. By combining Mongol legal and military principles with Persian administrative expertise, the Ilkhanate achieved both control and continuity. It demonstrated that Mongol governance could adapt to sedentary, urbanized, and culturally sophisticated regions, a capability that distinguished their empire from other nomadic conquerors in history. Through careful administration, military organization, economic regulation, and cultural accommodation, the Ilkhanate became a stable regional authority within the Mongol world. It secured the empire's southwestern frontier, facilitated transcontinental trade, and fostered cultural and intellectual exchange. The policies enacted under Hulagu and his successors ensured that Persia remained integrated into the broader Mongol system while preserving key elements of local identity and expertise. This balance of control and adaptability would define the Ilkhanate throughout the late 13th and early 14th centuries, making it a model of Mongol governance applied to a settled, sophisticated society. The rise of the Ilkhanate thus represents a critical chapter in the Mongol Empire's evolution, a transition from conquest to sustainable administration, from military dominance to institutionalized rule. The lessons of Persia, the importance of local expertise, the pragmatism of religious tolerance, the integration of trade and taxation, and the coordination of multi-ethnic forces would influence Mongol policy in other regions and leave a lasting imprint on the history of the Middle East. By combining strategic vision with administrative innovation, the Ilkhanate exemplified the Mongols' ability to convert extraordinary military achievement into enduring political and cultural structures. At the center of the Mongol Empire lay its heartlands, the vast steppes of Mongolia, where the political, military, and administrative systems of the empire coalesced around the capital city of Karakorum. Founded by Genghis Khan in the 1230s, Karakorum was more than a seat of governance. It represented the Mongols' ability to synthesize nomadic traditions with the demands of a sprawling, multi-ethnic empire. Its strategic location near the Orkhon River allowed the Khans to maintain mobility while simultaneously establishing a permanent administrative center. The development of Karakoram and surrounding territories provides crucial insight into how the Mongols managed empire-wide administration, integrated diverse populations, and sustained economic and cultural activity far from the traditional steppes. The physical layout of Karakoram reflected the Mongols' dual identity as conquerors and administrators. The city contained a palace complex for the Great Khan, ceremonial halls, temples representing multiple faiths, workshops, and markets. Foreign artisans, including Persians, Uyghurs, and Chinese, were brought to construct buildings, fortifications, and infrastructure. These craftsmen introduced advanced masonry, carpentry, and metallurgical techniques, resulting in structures that were both functional and durable. Scholars and envoys from across Eurasia observed the city with curiosity, noting the coexistence of Buddhist temples, Christian churches, and Muslim mosques, a testament to the Mongols' policy of religious tolerance. This urban center allowed the Khans to exert authority, facilitate trade, and host diplomatic exchanges without undermining their nomadic mobility. Administration in the Mongol heartlands relied on a combination of traditional steppe governance and innovations adapted from conquered societies. The Yasa, the legal code established by Genghis Khan and codified under OGDI, provided a framework for discipline, taxation, and conflict resolution. It was supplemented by the bureaucratic practices of the Chinese, Persians, and Uyghurs, particularly in record-keeping, census management, and fiscal oversight. Local leaders were often co-opted into the system as intermediaries, responsible for collecting tribute, overseeing labor, and maintaining local order. This hybrid administrative structure enabled the Mongols to govern a heterogeneous empire effectively, balancing centralized authority with regional autonomy. The Yam system, a network of relay stations with horses, food, and lodgings for messengers, was central to governance and communication in the heartlands. It allowed the Khans to transmit orders rapidly across vast distances, ensuring that even remote territories remained integrated into the imperial framework. Each station maintained detailed records, monitored troop movements, and facilitated the inspection of trade caravans. The efficiency of this network not only enabled military coordination but also fostered economic activity, as merchants could traverse the empire with reduced risk of theft or disruption. The Yam exemplified the Mongols' recognition that mobility and communication were fundamental to imperial stability. Social structures within the heartlands reflected both traditional Mongol hierarchy and the incorporation of conquered peoples. The ruling elite, including the Great Khan, his family, and loyal generals, occupied the highest social tier, responsible for political decisions, military command, and the collection of tribute. Beneath them, administrators, artisans, and merchants facilitated the day-to-day operation of the empire. Nomadic herders continued to sustain the pastoral economy, providing horses, livestock, and other resources essential for both military campaigns and urban provisioning. Slaves and captives from conquered regions were employed in construction, agriculture, and domestic service. The Mongols maintained a meritocratic approach within certain administrative and military ranks, rewarding skill and loyalty regardless of ethnic origin, which encouraged competence and efficiency across the empire. Economically, the heartlands were sustained through a combination of pastoral production, trade, and tribute. Herding remained central to Mongol life, providing meat, dairy, leather, and horses for both civilian and military use. Caravans traversed the steppe, linking Karakoram with China, Central Asia, and the Middle East. Markets in the capital offered goods from across Eurasia, including silk, spices, metalwork, and textiles. Tribute from conquered regions contributed additional resources, financing the construction of infrastructure, military campaigns, and the maintenance of courtly life. This interconnected economy ensured that the heartlands remained viable both as a base for expansion and as a permanent center of imperial governance. Daily life in Karakoram and surrounding territories reflected the fusion of nomadic and settled practices. Mongol elites maintained mobile encampments adjacent to the city, enabling them to conduct inspections, oversee military exercises, and respond to regional issues quickly. Simultaneously, permanent workshops, stables, and administrative buildings anchored the city as a stable hub. Festivals, diplomatic receptions, and markets punctuated daily activities, creating a rhythm that balanced ceremonial obligations with practical administration. Religious institutions also played a role in social cohesion, providing education, arbitration, and ritual services for the diverse population. The Mongols' approach to governance in the heartlands emphasized adaptability. Officials were selected based on competence and loyalty rather than strictly on lineage, allowing the integration of foreigners with specialized knowledge. Persian and Chinese scribes managed records and correspondence, Uyghur administrators oversaw tax collection, and experienced Mongol generals maintained military discipline. This system minimized administrative friction and ensured that the Khans could implement policies consistently across a culturally diverse and geographically dispersed territory. Education and intellectual exchange also flourished in the heartlands. The movement of scholars and artisans from China, Persia, and Central Asia facilitated the transmission of knowledge in fields such as astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and engineering. Religious scholars contributed to legal and ethical discourse, while engineers applied practical knowledge to urban planning, fortifications, and irrigation projects. The Mongols' tolerance for intellectual and religious diversity fostered a dynamic environment in which ideas could circulate without provoking political instability, demonstrating the empire's capacity for cultural synthesis. Military organization in the heartlands maintained the nomadic traditions that had enabled the Mongols' rapid expansion. Cavalry units were disciplined, mobile, and integrated into a broader command structure. Fortified garrisons in key cities provided security while serving as bases for mobilization. Training and inspection were regular, ensuring that soldiers could respond quickly to internal disturbances or external threats. Military service was intertwined with social and economic obligations, reinforcing loyalty to the Khan while sustaining the logistical needs of the empire. Infrastructure development further reinforced the empire's cohesion. Roads, bridges, and river crossings were constructed to facilitate both commerce and military movements. Karakoram itself was supplied with provisions from surrounding pastures and trade networks extending across Eurasia. Workshops produced tools, weapons, and luxury goods, supporting both administrative and domestic functions. These investments reflected the Mongols' understanding that sustainable governance required more than conquest. It required the creation of functional systems capable of supporting diverse populations and complex administrative tasks. The integration of diverse populations within the heartlands also highlights the Mongols' pragmatic approach to empire. Conquered peoples, including Persians, Chinese, Turks, and Uyghurs, were incorporated into administrative, economic, and military roles. This not only enhanced efficiency, but also reduced the potential for rebellion. By valuing expertise over ethnicity, the Mongols established a governance model that balanced imperial control with the preservation of local knowledge and customs. Karakoram and its surrounding regions thus became the operational core of the Mongol Empire. The city was not merely a political symbol, it was a functioning administrative, economic, and cultural hub. The combination of mobility, infrastructure, and bureaucratic organization allowed the Mongols to maintain authority across vast distances. Through law, taxation, communication networks, and the integration of diverse populations, the heartlands exemplified how a nomadic people could administer one of the largest empires in human history. The development of administration and society in the Mongol heartlands also set the stage for later transitions. The systems established under Ogdi and refined under his successors provided models for the governance of distant khanates, including the Golden Horde, the Ilkhanate, and the Yuan dynasty in China. These structures ensured that Mongol influence persisted long after the deaths of individual khans, providing continuity in law, commerce, and military organization. By consolidating power in the heartlands, the Mongols demonstrated that imperial authority could be sustained not only through conquest, but through the integration of governance, society, and infrastructure. Karakoram, as the nexus of administration, culture, and communication, embodied the Mongols' ability to balance nomadic mobility with the requirements of a complex, multi-ethnic empire. This period established the foundations upon which later Mongol polities would expand, govern, and maintain cohesion across Eurasia. The administrative and societal systems in the Mongol heartlands thus represent a critical juncture in the evolution of empire, a transition from a mobile, militarized confederation to a structured, integrated polity capable of sustaining long-term governance, economic growth, and cultural exchange. These developments would profoundly shape the empire's trajectory, influencing how subsequent khanates managed conquest, trade, and cross-cultural interactions across Eurasia. The Mongol Empire's cultural landscape was as expansive as its territory. Stretching from the Pacific coast of East Asia to the plains of Eastern Europe, it encompassed dozens of civilizations, languages, and belief systems. Yet amid this diversity, the Mongols established a framework of governance and tolerance that permitted these varied traditions to coexist, interact, and, in many cases, merge. Their approach to cultural integration and religious policy was pragmatic rather than ideological, guided by the goal of stability and the efficient management of conquered populations. Through this calculated tolerance, the empire became an unprecedented conduit for exchange of art, science, religion, and ideas that would permanently alter the intellectual and cultural landscape of Eurasia. From the earliest years of expansion under Genghis Khan, the Mongols recognized that cultural diversity was a political reality, not a challenge to be erased. The Great Khan himself issued decrees ensuring the protection of religious leaders and institutions, understanding that spiritual authority often underpinned social order. Buddhist monks, Muslim scholars, Nestorian priests, and Taoist hermits were all granted exemptions from taxation and military service, provided they prayed for the Khan's longevity and peace within the empire. This policy, codified under the Yasa and reinforced by later rulers such as Ogdi and Monk, served a dual function. It fostered loyalty among conquered peoples while enabling the Mongols to access the intellectual and administrative expertise of religious communities. In Karakorum, the empire's capital, this ethos of tolerance took physical form. The city's skyline displayed shrines, mosques, and temples built side by side, symbolizing a deliberate accommodation of difference. Contemporary observers, including the Franciscan envoy William of Rubruck, marveled at this coexistence, describing how Christians, Saracens, and idolaters all pray and trade together, each in their own manner. Such cosmopolitanism reflected not an idealistic belief in harmony, but a calculated acceptance that diversity, if managed well, could serve imperial strength. The Mongols viewed religion as an instrument of order, not division. This tolerance extended across the empire's vast regions. In the Middle East, Mongol rulers allowed Muslim judges, or qadis, to continue administering Islamic law within local communities. In China, Buddhist and Taoist institutions flourished under Mongol patronage, while Christian missions received permission to proselytize freely. Even in regions devastated by war, such as Persia and Central Asia, religious reconstruction was encouraged once Mongol control had stabilized. The empire's rulers understood that sustaining moral and intellectual life within their territories was essential for long-term governance. Yet the Mongols' religious policy was not without limits. Their tolerance was conditional on political submission. Rebellion or refusal to acknowledge Mongol authority often resulted in harsh retribution, regardless of religious affiliation. Temples, monasteries, or mosques could be destroyed if they harbored dissent. This balance of tolerance and coercion characterized much of Mongol statecraft. Freedom was permitted so long as it did not threaten the Khan's supremacy. In this way, the Mongols created a model of pluralism sustained by central authority rather than democratic idealism. The intellectual and artistic exchanges that flourished under Mongol rule were a direct consequence of this policy. With secure trade routes and open borders, scholars, artisans, and merchants traversed the empire in numbers unseen since antiquity. Chinese astronomers collaborated with Persian mathematicians, Islamic physicians worked alongside Buddhist scholars in medical research, and craftsmen from across Eurasia contributed to architecture, metallurgy, and textile production. This circulation of knowledge and expertise transformed the Mongol Empire into a vast network of innovation, where ideas from distant civilizations converged and evolved. One of the most significant cultural phenomena of this era was the translation and dissemination of knowledge across linguistic and cultural barriers. The Mongols, recognizing the administrative importance of written communication, encouraged the use of multiple scripts and languages. Uyghur script served as the basis for Mongolian writing, while Chinese, Persian, and Arabic were used in official correspondence depending on the region. Translation bureaus were established in major cities, where texts on astronomy, medicine, geography, and governance were rendered into Mongolian or other local languages. This systematic translation effort not only improved governance, but also accelerated the spread of scientific and philosophical thought across Eurasia. Art and architecture under the Mongols reflected the empire's diversity. Palaces and temples combined stylistic elements from Persia, China, and Central Asia, merging steppe motifs with urban sophistication. Metalworkers from Khorasan, ceramicists from northern China, and weavers from Anatolia found patronage under Mongol rule. The Khans commissioned large-scale projects, such as palaces decorated with Persian tiles and Chinese frescoes, which symbolized both wealth and the empire's ability to absorb multiple traditions into a coherent aesthetic. Such hybridization did not erase local identities. Rather, it produced new cultural forms that bore the mark of interconnectedness unique to Mongol governance. Religious and philosophical debates also found space within the empire. Genghis Khan himself had received envoys from Buddhist, Muslim, and Christian leaders seeking his favor, and his successors continued this tradition of consultation. At the court of Monk Khan, representatives of multiple faiths participated in theological discussions, each articulating their doctrines before the ruler. Monks' impartial hearing of these debates underscored the Mongol conviction that no single religion held exclusive truth. What mattered was loyalty to the empire and adherence to the Khan's law. This pragmatic pluralism distinguished Mongol governance from many contemporary powers that tied legitimacy to a single faith. The Mongols' interactions with Buddhism were particularly complex. Although the early Khans maintained a personal adherence to the shamanistic traditions of the steppe, their encounters with Buddhist monks in Central Asia and China influenced both their philosophy and administration. Under Kublai Khan, Buddhism gained prominence as the de facto state religion in the Yuan dynasty, though other faiths remained active. Monasteries received land grants, and Buddhist scholars participated in government service. Simultaneously, Buddhist concepts of karma and cosmic order were subtly adapted into imperial ideology, providing metaphysical justification for Mongol rule. In the Islamic world, Mongol rulers demonstrated similar adaptability. Initially perceived as invaders indifferent to the Quranic law, the Mongols gradually integrated into Islamic society, particularly within the Ilkhanate of Persia. By the late 13th century, rulers such as Ghazan Khan converted to Islam, instituting reforms that harmonized Mongol administration with Islamic legal traditions. This transformation exemplified the Mongols' capacity for cultural assimilation. They could conquer foreign lands while eventually adopting the values and institutions of those they ruled. Christianity also found a place within the Mongol world. Several Khans, including Monk and Hulagu, maintained close relationships with Nestorian Christian advisors, and Christian envoys from Europe were received at Mongol courts. While these interactions did not produce lasting alliances with European powers, they opened channels of communication that later influenced trade and diplomacy between East and West. Christian communities in Central Asia, particularly those of Nestorian heritage, experienced a brief resurgence under Mongol protection before waning in later centuries. The Mongols' religious pluralism thus facilitated an unprecedented degree of cultural mobility. Artisans moved freely between cities, ideas traversed linguistic frontiers, and technologies were exchanged across vast distances. Papermaking, gunpowder, and printing, technologies refined in China, spread westward through Mongol channels, while Persian astronomical instruments and medical texts found their way into East Asia. The result was a Eurasian network of intellectual collaboration that prefigured the global exchanges of later centuries. Despite this remarkable synthesis, the Mongols did not create a unified cultural identity. Their empire was held together by administrative efficiency, military discipline, and the authority of the Khan rather than shared ideology or religion. Yet this very neutrality allowed for diversity to flourish. By abstaining from imposing a singular belief system, the Mongols provided the framework within which local cultures could interact organically. This environment produced hybrid forms. Persian-influenced Chinese ceramics, Arabic manuscripts illuminated with Central Asian motifs, and literary works blending Mongol oral traditions with written chronicles. The long-term impact of Mongol cultural and religious policies extended far beyond the empire's political lifespan. By safeguarding trade routes and promoting intellectual exchange, the Mongols created the conditions for the transmission of ideas that would later fuel the Renaissance in Europe and the scientific developments of the Islamic Golden Age's later phases. Their empire served as a bridge, connecting the philosophical traditions of Confucian China, the theological sophistication of the Islamic world, and the emerging intellectual curiosity of Europe. Culturally, the Mongols exemplified how conquest could evolve into coexistence. Their pragmatic tolerance, grounded in the necessity of governing a diverse population, produced one of the most open intellectual climates of the medieval world. This openness was not born of idealism, but of administrative rationality, an understanding that stability depended on the accommodation of difference. By protecting religious institutions, encouraging scholarly exchange, and maintaining freedom of worship, the Mongols enabled a degree of cross-cultural contact unmatched by any earlier empire. As the 13th century advanced, these cultural dynamics would increasingly shape Mongol governance. The fusion of nomadic pragmatism with urban cosmopolitanism prepared the empire for its next transformation, the regionalization of power. As successors of Genghis Khan established distinct khanates across Eurasia, the principles of tolerance and integration continued to influence how these successor states governed their populations. Yet, over time, the balance between openness and central authority began to shift, as each region adapted Mongol ideals to its own cultural context. The Mongol Empire's approach to culture and religion thus reveals a deeper truth about its governance. Power and diversity were not mutually exclusive. Through strategic accommodation, the Mongols maintained unity across the most ethnically and religiously varied empire of the pre-modern world. The policies forged in Karakoram and refined in its successor states ensured that, even as the empire fragmented, the legacy of cultural exchange and pluralism endured. This system of pragmatic tolerance, sustained through law, diplomacy, and intellectual patronage, became one of the Mongols' most enduring contributions to world history. It demonstrated that empire could serve not only as a mechanism of conquest, but also as a platform for human connection across continents. From this foundation, the narrative now turns to how the empire's vast communications and trade systems further accelerated this interconnected world, the Pax Mongolica, a period of unprecedented stability and exchange across Eurasia. When the Mongol conquests reached their zenith in the mid-13th century, they united under a single imperial framework, the greatest continuous landmass ever governed by one polity. From the shores of the Yellow Sea to the banks of the Danube, the empire linked regions that had for centuries been separated by political frontiers, linguistic barriers, and the perils of long-distance travel. This vast, interconnected realm became the foundation of what historians later termed the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol Peace, a period of relative stability, secure trade, and unprecedented communication across Eurasia. At the heart of this transformation was the revitalization and expansion of the Silk Road network, the ancient arteries of exchange that had long connected China, Central Asia, Persia, and the Mediterranean world. Under Mongol governance, these routes reached their fullest integration, enabling the flow of goods, ideas, technologies, and peoples on a scale unmatched until the early modern era. The Mongols' approach to commerce and communication was deeply pragmatic. Having emerged from a nomadic economy dependent on trade and tribute, they understood that economic exchange was essential to sustaining imperial governance. The steppes themselves produced limited resources. Livestock, furs, and leather were abundant, but grain, textiles, and luxury goods had to be imported. Thus, even during the height of military conquest, Mongol leaders prioritized the protection of merchants, caravans, and relay stations. Their experience as mobile pastoralists had instilled a respect for networks, whether of kinship, communication, or exchange, and this understanding became the basis for one of the most extensive commercial systems in history. The consolidation of the Silk Roads under Mongol control did not occur by accident. Following the establishment of Mongol authority across Central Asia, Persia, and northern China, the Khans deliberately sought to standardize and secure the major trade corridors. Genghis Khan's campaigns had eliminated many of the bandit groups and warring polities that previously made transcontinental travel dangerous. Under his successors, particularly Ogdi, Monk, and Kublai, this stability was institutionalized. Key routes were repaired, new way stations were established, and tolls were regulated. Merchants were issued official passes known as paisi or tablets of authority, which allowed them to travel freely across borders, requisition horses, and receive protection from Mongol garrisons. This system, built upon the foundation of the earlier Yam postal network, created the logistical infrastructure necessary for the first truly global exchange system. Caravans now traversed from China to the Middle East in relative safety, carrying silk, porcelain, paper, and spices eastward, while gold, silver, textiles, and glassware moved in the opposite direction. The movement of goods was accompanied by the circulation of information. Envoys, scholars, and artisans journeyed alongside traders, exchanging scientific knowledge, technological innovations, and cultural practices. Chinese gunpowder, papermaking, and printing reached the Islamic world and, eventually, Europe. In return, the Mongols acquired advances in medicine, astronomy, and metallurgy from Persian and Arab scholars. This multidirectional flow of knowledge reshaped the intellectual landscape of Eurasia and helped lay the groundwork for later periods of scientific and artistic development. The Mongols did not merely facilitate trade, they restructured it. They standardized weights and measures, harmonized tariffs, and reduced the number of intermediaries that traditionally profited from regional trade monopolies. Local rulers were required to cooperate with imperial officials to ensure that roads and bridges remained functional. Merchants who suffered losses due to theft or rebellion were sometimes compensated by the state, reinforcing trust in Mongol protection. These policies not only stimulated commerce, but also bound the empire's diverse regions into a single economic system. In effect, the Mongol Empire created the first sustained experiment in global economic integration, linking agricultural economies, urban markets, and nomadic supply chains across an entire continent. The Yam relay system, initially developed for military communication, became the backbone of this new commercial world. Stations were spaced roughly every 25 to 30 kilometers, equipped with fresh horses, food, and lodging for messengers and officials. The system's efficiency allowed a message to travel from the Great Khan's court in Karakoram to the frontiers of Persia in just a few weeks, an extraordinary feat for the 13th century. Merchants benefited indirectly from this network. They could plan journeys according to reliable waypoints, access supplies, and receive information about political conditions along their routes. The Yam was a symbol of Mongol administrative precision, a living infrastructure that ensured connectivity and order across immense distances. The empire's encouragement of merchant activity was also formalized through institutions such as the Ordo, merchant partnerships that allowed private traders to operate with state support. Wealthy individuals, often members of the Khan's household or high-ranking nobles, provided capital and security for trade ventures. In exchange, they received a portion of the profits. This arrangement created a hybrid system of public-private enterprise, incentivizing commerce while ensuring that the state maintained oversight of long-distance trade. The Ordo system was especially prominent in China and Central Asia, where it facilitated the movement of goods between cities and frontiers, linking Mongol administration directly to the economic vitality of its territories. Security remained a fundamental prerequisite for this prosperity. The Mongols maintained garrisons along major routes, patrolled borderlands, and established signal towers for rapid communication of threats. Their reputation for swift and decisive punishment deterred banditry and ensured compliance among local populations. The stability they imposed was such that merchants could traverse thousands of kilometers with minimal fear of attack, a reality encapsulated in the oft-cited observation that a virgin bearing gold could travel unmolested from one end of the empire to the other. Though apocryphal, the saying captured the essence of the Pax Mongolica, an unprecedented confidence in the safety of transcontinental travel. Beyond the physical movement of goods, the Silk Road under Mongol rule became a network of ideas. Religious texts, artistic motifs, and technological manuals flowed between civilizations, enriching the cultural landscapes of each. Buddhist monks traveled from Tibet to Beijing, Islamic scholars journeyed to Yuan, China, and European envoys reached as far as Karakoram and Kambalik. The papal emissaries sent by Innocent IV and later by Pope Nicholas IV documented not only the grandeur of Mongol courts, but also the cosmopolitan nature of their administration. These interactions exposed Europe to the realities of Asia and laid the groundwork for later exploratory ventures by figures such as Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta, whose travels were made possible by the infrastructure of the Mongol world. The Mongol Khans viewed these exchanges not merely as economic opportunities, but as demonstrations of imperial order. Trade symbolized the peaceful submission of distant peoples to Mongol authority, while the flow of tribute and gifts affirmed the empire's unity. Ceremonial embassies bearing exotic goods reinforced diplomatic hierarchies, with local rulers acknowledging the Khan's supremacy in exchange for trade privileges. Thus, commerce became a tool of governance, reinforcing the political legitimacy of the empire through economic interdependence. The effects of this integration were profound. Cities along the Silk Road, such as Samarkand, Bokhara, Tabriz, and Kashgar, experienced a renaissance of activity. Once peripheral, these urban centers became nodes in a transcontinental web of exchange. Caravanserais provided shelter for merchants, workshops produced goods for export, and marketplaces offered an array of products from across the known world. The wealth generated by this trade sustained local economies, financed public works, and enriched the Mongol treasury. Moreover, it encouraged a degree of urban development and cultural sophistication that rivaled that of any previous age. However, the benefits of the Pax Mongolica were not uniform. While major cities flourished, rural populations often bore the burden of taxation and labor obligations necessary to maintain infrastructure and supply routes. The Mongols' emphasis on long-distance trade sometimes diverted resources from local production, altering traditional economic balances. Yet, even these disruptions contributed to a broader process of transformation, integrating local economies into the emerging global framework of Eurasian commerce. Archaeological evidence from sites across Central Asia and northern China attests to the scale of these exchanges. Coins minted in Persia have been found in Mongolian contexts. Chinese ceramics appear in excavations in the Caucasus and Anatolia, and Arabic inscriptions have been discovered on artifacts from Inner Mongolia. These findings confirm the historical accounts of travelers who described the movement of materials and ideas across the empire. The Silk Road, once a series of loosely connected regional routes, had become under Mongol rule a single, coherent system of interaction, a proto-globalization centuries before the term would be coined. The Pax Mongolica also reshaped intellectual geography. With the movement of goods came the transmission of cartographic knowledge, navigational techniques, and geographical information. Mongol administrators relied on detailed maps and itineraries, compiled from the reports of merchants and envoys. These documents, in turn, influenced later European mapmakers who sought to depict the newly connected world. The Mongols' systematic approach to geography and logistics reflected their broader administrative philosophy: empire as network, unity through motion, order through exchange. Yet the very openness that made this system so dynamic also carried risks. The same routes that transmitted silk and spices also spread disease. The bubonic plague, which originated in Central Asia in the 1330s, traveled along the trade routes established under Mongol protection, reaching the Mediterranean by 1347. The resulting pandemic, the Black Death, decimated populations across Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. This tragic episode underscored the double-edged nature of connectivity. The networks that fostered prosperity also facilitated catastrophe. Nonetheless, even this event demonstrates the global scale of Mongol-era interaction, for it revealed the degree to which the world had become interlinked through trade and movement. Despite such challenges, the Mongols' transformation of the Silk Road remains one of their most enduring achievements. They did not invent these routes, but they revitalized and unified them in a way that no earlier empire had managed. By ensuring security, standardizing systems, and encouraging mobility, they laid the foundations for centuries of economic and cultural exchange between East and West. Long after the fragmentation of the empire, the memory and material legacy of this interconnected world persisted, shaping the commercial and intellectual horizons of subsequent generations. The Pax Mongolica thus stands as both a culmination and a transition. It represented the Mongols' greatest success in governance, the ability to turn conquest into continuity, and it set the stage for the next phase of Eurasian history, the emergence of distinct regional khanates that would carry forward, in varying forms, the institutions, networks, and cultural synthesis created under imperial unity. As the empire began to divide among the descendants of Genghis Khan, the legacy of the Silk Road would endure, continuing to bind distant civilizations long after the central authority of the great Khan had faded. By the mid-13th century, the Mongol world had entered a phase of both triumph and transformation. The empire that Genghis Khan had forged through conquest and discipline was now administered by his descendants, who faced the immense challenge of ruling a realm that spanned from the Yellow Sea to the Danube. The empire's vastness brought opportunity and strain in equal measure. The Mongol Khans were no longer merely conquerors. They were custodians of one of history's largest and most diverse empires. The logistics of governance, the balance between steppe tradition and sedentary civilization, and the pressures of succession began to shape the Mongol world more profoundly than battlefields once had. At the heart of this new era stood Ogdi, Genghis Khan's third son and chosen successor. Before his death, Genghis had carefully planned for the continuity of authority. His sons were granted appanages, territories, and responsibilities, but ultimate power was to rest with a single great Khan. When Ogdi assumed the throne in 1229, the Mongol Empire entered its most organized and expansive phase. Unlike his father, whose leadership had relied on personal charisma and military discipline, Ogdi ruled through administration. He established a permanent capital at Karakorum, transforming it from a cluster of jairs on the Orkhon River into a functioning city with stone architecture, workshops, and temples representing many faiths. For the first time in Mongol history, government offices replaced mobile command tents, signaling the empire's evolution from nomadic confederation to structured imperial administration. Ogdi's reign saw the consolidation of conquered territories and the continuation of expansion on multiple fronts. In the west, his generals, most notably Bada Khan, a grandson of Genghis, led armies deep into Eastern Europe. The campaigns against the Rus principalities, Poland, and Hungary between 1237 and 1242 demonstrated the adaptability of Mongol warfare. At the same time, other forces pushed into the Middle East, continuing the conquest of the Khwarezmian remnants and raiding the frontiers of the Abbasid Caliphate. In East Asia, campaigns were launched against the remaining Jin dynasty strongholds, culminating in their final defeat in 1234. This period was characterized by efficiency and coordination. The Mongol military machine, supported by a network of relay stations and supply routes, functioned with precision across thousands of miles. Communication was rapid, allowing orders from Karakorum to reach distant commanders in weeks rather than months. The expansion into Europe is particularly revealing of Mongol strategic thought. The victories at the battles of Legnica and Mohi in 1241 showed the effectiveness of mobility, intelligence, and timing. Yet the campaign halted abruptly with Ogdi's death in December of that year. The Mongols withdrew, not because of defeat, but because imperial tradition required all princes to return for the election of a new great Khan. This event underscores how deeply the steppe political system shaped Mongol priorities. conquest was always subordinate to the unity of the Khanate. Even at the height of military success, internal legitimacy outweighed external expansion. It is an early indication that the same principles which built the empire could also limit its permanence. Under Ogdi's administration, a new class of officials began to emerge: clerks, translators, and accountants drawn from conquered peoples, especially the Uyghurs, Persians, and Chinese. These men of the pen complemented the warriors of the steppe, forming a dual system that allowed the Mongols to govern diverse populations without imposing cultural uniformity. This inclusiveness was pragmatic rather than ideological. The Mongols valued efficiency and loyalty above ethnicity. Buddhist monks, Muslim scholars, and Christian priests all found space in the cosmopolitan environment of Karakoram. Archaeological finds from the city, fragments of Chinese porcelain, Persian glassware, and European metalwork, reflect the vast network of exchange that converged there. This interconnectedness was one of the empire's most enduring legacies. It linked the civilizations of Eurasia into a single, though fragile, system of trade and communication. Ogdi's successors inherited both the benefits and the burdens of this system. After his death, the Mongol leadership experienced a period of uncertainty. The regency of Toragene Khatan, Ogdi's widow, demonstrated the political influence of Mongol women, who often acted as intermediaries and power brokers. Under her rule, the empire held together, but succession disputes grew sharper. When Gayuk, Ogdi's son, finally ascended the throne in 1246, he faced resistance from Bada Khan and other regional princes. The cohesion that had marked the empire under Genghis and Ogdi began to strain under the weight of ambition and geography. Communication, once a source of strength, now revealed the difficulties of centralized authority across so vast a realm. Gayuk's short reign continued the administrative reforms and diplomatic contacts initiated by his father. He received emissaries from Europe, including envoys sent by Pope Innocent IV, who sought an alliance against Islamic powers. The Mongols, however, viewed these missions within their own framework of submission and tribute, not partnership. These misunderstandings foreshadowed the complex relationships that would later define Mongol interactions with foreign powers: pragmatic, opportunistic, but grounded in the assumption of universal authority. After Gayuk's death in 1248, power again became fluid. Bada Khan, ruling in the west, supported the election of Monk, another grandson of Genghis, in 1251. Monk's accession marked the final period of unity under a single great Khan. His reign was characterized by renewed vigor in expansion and administration. He reorganized the empire's fiscal system, imposing censuses and standardizing tribute collection. The empire's revenue came increasingly from trade and taxation rather than plunder. This transformation reflected a deeper shift. The Mongols were becoming rulers as much as conquerors. Monk's campaigns were ambitious. In the Middle East, he ordered his brother Hulagu to subdue the Islamic world, leading to the eventual destruction of Baghdad in 1258. In East Asia, he continued the pressure on the southern Song, laying the groundwork for Kublai's later conquests. The empire's unity, however, was stretched to its limits. While Hulagu marched west, Batu consolidated the Golden Horde in Russia, and Kublai advanced in China. Each branch of the family managed territories with growing independence, their loyalties bound more by lineage than by central governance. Monk's death during the Song campaign in 1259 removed the last figure capable of maintaining cohesion. The ensuing succession crisis was decisive. Both Kublai and Erik Bok, brothers and grandsons of Genghis, claimed the title of Great Khan. The civil war that followed revealed the fragmentation already underway. The Mongol world divided into regional khanates: the Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe. Though they shared common heritage, these successor states developed distinct identities and policies. Trade and diplomacy continued among them, but unity in governance was gone. The dream of a single Mongol empire, stretching unbroken across continents, had ended less than 50 years after its peak. Despite this division, The administrative and cultural networks established under Ogdi and Monk endured. The postal relay system, the legal code known as the Yasa, and the habit of religious tolerance persisted within the Khanates. The Mongols had created a framework for transcontinental interaction that outlived their political unity. Merchants, scholars, and travelers benefited from the stability of Mongol rule. The Pax Mongolica, a modern term coined to describe this era, enabled the safe passage of goods and ideas from the Mediterranean to the Pacific. It was under this condition that figures like Marco Polo could journey across Asia and return with accounts that reshaped European understanding of the world. The transition from conquest to governance was the Mongols' greatest historical turning point. It demonstrated their adaptability and the limits of their system. The same nomadic values that made them formidable conquerors also challenged their ability to maintain centralized control. Yet their administrative innovations, pragmatic tolerance, and facilitation of global exchange defined an epoch of unprecedented connectivity. As the empire fractured into separate khanates, the foundations laid in this period ensured that Mongol influence would persist in many forms, in the bureaucracies of China, the trade routes of Central Asia, and the historical memory of Eurasia itself. Over the coming decades, the focus of Mongol power would shift eastward, toward China, where Kublai Khan sought to transform his inheritance into a new imperial model. The steppe empire would give way to a dynasty of emperors, and the nomadic legacy of Genghis Khan would be absorbed into the settled traditions of one of the world's oldest civilizations. Through this transformation, the Mongol story entered a new phase, one that tested whether an empire born of the steppe could rule the heart of Asia itself. With the passing of Monk Khan in 1259, the empire that Genghis had forged in Ogdi had organized entered a new and uncertain age. The struggle between his brothers, Kublai and Erik Bok, revealed not only a contest for personal power, but a deeper question about the Mongol Empire's future. Would it remain a nomadic empire, governed from the steppes and bound by the customs of the Yasa, or would it evolve into something new, an empire rooted in cities, bureaucracy, and the administrative traditions of the lands it had conquered? The resolution of this question would determine the character of Mongol rule for the next century. Kublai Khan, the fourth son of Talyui and grandson of Genghis, had already distinguished himself as a capable leader. His campaigns in northern China under Monk's command had demonstrated both military effectiveness and a sensitivity to local governance uncommon among steppe princes. Kublai recognized that China, with its immense population, agricultural wealth, and sophisticated bureaucracy, could not be ruled as the steppes had been. The conquest of China required not only force but adaptation, an ability to govern through the institutions already in place. This insight, born of both pragmatism and ambition, would define his reign. When Monk died during the campaign against the southern Song, Kublai was in his base at Kaiping, near the Great Wall. The death created a vacuum that both he and his younger brother Erik Bok sought to fill. Erik represented the traditionalist faction, centered in the Mongolian heartland and supported by conservative nobles who feared the empire's drift towards sedentary life. Kublai, by contrast, had surrounded himself with Chinese and Central Asian advisors who advocated a Sinicized model of governance. The resulting civil war from 1260 to 1264 was not merely a political conflict, but a confrontation between two visions of empire. Kublai's victory established him as the Great Khan, though in practice, his authority extended primarily over the eastern domains. The West, ruled by the Chagatai, the Golden Horde, and the Ilkhanate, operated increasingly as independent powers. Yet Kublai's triumph set the stage for the most significant transformation in Mongol history, the creation of the Yuan dynasty. Kublai moved quickly to consolidate his rule. In 1264, he relocated his capital from Karakoram to the site of present-day Beijing, then known as Dadu, or Khanbaliq, city of the Khan. This shift symbolized a profound change in identity. No longer would the Mongol ruler govern from the steppe. He would now sit at the heart of Chinese civilization. Construction of Dadu reflected both Mongol and Chinese architectural influences. The city was laid out according to Chinese geomantic principles, with broad avenues and walled precincts, but also included Mongol palaces and large open courtyards for ceremonial assemblies. The move represented Kublai's intent to blend the nomadic heritage of his ancestors with the administrative sophistication of the Chinese state. In 1271, Kublai formally declared the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, proclaiming himself Emperor of China. By adopting a dynastic name, he sought to legitimize his rule not as a foreign conqueror, but as a rightful successor within the Chinese imperial tradition. The name, Yuan, meaning origin or primal, evoked a sense of renewal and cosmic order, aligning Mongol authority with the mandate of heaven. Yet this act also signaled the partial separation of the Yuan from the broader Mongol world. While Kublai maintained the title of Great Khan in theory, his effective focus lay in ruling China. The empire that had once united Eurasia under a single Khan was now defined by regional autonomy and divergent priorities. Kublai's conquest of the southern Song was the culmination of nearly 7 decades of Mongol campaigns in China. The Song, centered in the rich southern provinces along the Yangtze River, had resisted with remarkable resilience. Their defensive use of fortified cities, riverine fleets, and gunpowder weapons posed new challenges to steppe tactics. Kublai adapted accordingly. He constructed naval forces along the rivers, employed Chinese engineers, and relied heavily on siege warfare. The fall of Shenyang in 1273 marked the decisive breach in Song defenses. From there, Mongol forces advanced steadily southward, capturing the capital of Hangzhou in 1276. By 1279, after the naval battle at Yamen, the last remnants of Song resistance were destroyed, and China was unified under Mongol rule. For the first time in centuries, the entire Chinese world, north and south, was governed by a single dynasty. Kublai's rule brought stability and reconstruction after decades of war. He maintained many Chinese institutions, including the civil service, provincial bureaucracy, and tax systems, though he placed Mongols and Central Asians in the highest positions of authority. This four-tiered hierarchy, with Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asians, Northern Chinese, and Southern Chinese, reflected both the realities of conquest and the empire's efforts at control. It ensured loyalty within the ruling elite while preserving local administrative continuity. The Mongols' primary objective was order and revenue, not cultural assimilation. As long as taxes were paid and rebellion suppressed, they allowed local customs, religions, and languages to endure. Kublai's court became a center of cosmopolitan exchange. Foreign envoys, merchants, and scholars traveled along the reopened Silk Roads, linking East Asia with the Islamic world and Europe. The famed Venetian merchant Marco Polo, who arrived at Kublai's court around 1275, described its wealth and diversity with astonishment. While his accounts were shaped by the perspective of an outsider, archaeological and textual evidence confirms that the Yuan court indeed hosted Persians, Arabs, Italians, Tibetans, and Chinese officials in its administration. This environment reflected the Mongol belief in practical inclusion. Expertise and loyalty were valued more than ethnicity or faith. Buddhist monks, Muslim astronomers, and Christian envoys all found patronage under Kublai's rule, contributing to an atmosphere of intellectual and scientific exchange unparalleled in the 13th century. Economically, Kublai promoted policies that facilitated commerce and infrastructure. He standardized currency, including the use of paper money, and expanded the postal relay system established under his predecessors. The Grand Canal, which connected northern and southern China, was restored and extended, allowing the transport of grain and goods to supply the capital. Trade routes across Asia thrived under Mongol protection, creating what historians later termed the Pax Mongolica, a period when relative peace and security enabled long-distance trade to flourish. Goods such as silk, porcelain, spices, and precious metals moved more freely than at any time before. In this sense, Kublai's reign was as much about economic integration as political conquest. Yet the adaptation to sedentary empire carried costs. The demands of maintaining a vast bureaucracy, standing armies, and monumental construction projects strained the treasury. The Mongols' reliance on paper currency led to inflation, particularly in the later decades of the Yuan. Moreover, Natural disasters, including floods and droughts along the Yellow River, disrupted agriculture and provoked social unrest. Kublai's administration responded with mixed success. His efforts to implement equitable taxation often clashed with corruption among officials and local resistance. The challenges of ruling such a large and diverse population revealed the limits of Mongol governance in a settled empire. Culturally, the Yuan period represented both continuity and change. Kublai supported Confucian scholars, patronized Buddhist monasteries, and tolerated Islamic and Christian communities. His rule did not impose a singular ideology, but rather sought balance among multiple traditions. The Mongols, pragmatic by nature, viewed religion as a matter of personal or community identity, not political loyalty. This pluralism allowed intellectual and artistic creativity to flourish. Advances in printing, drama, and historical writing characterized the period, with works such as The Secret History of the Mongols preserving the memory of steppe traditions even as they merged into Chinese literary culture. The Yuan dynasty also became a conduit for technological diffusion. The transfer of knowledge in medicine, astronomy, and engineering between Islamic and Chinese scholars enriched both spheres. Kublai's foreign ambitions extended beyond China. He launched naval expeditions to Japan in 1274 and 1281, both of which ended in failure. The so-called divine winds, or kamikaze that destroyed the Mongol fleets became legendary in Japanese history, but the campaigns also exposed logistical weaknesses. Supplying massive maritime forces from continental bases proved unsustainable. Other ventures into Southeast Asia, including campaigns in Vietnam and Java, met with limited success. These setbacks, combined with internal economic difficulties, gradually diminished the aura of Mongol invincibility. Nevertheless, Kublai remained committed to projecting imperial authority across the known world. His diplomacy with Persia, India, and Europe underscored the Yuan's central position in Eurasian geopolitics. In his later years, Kublai faced personal loss and political fatigue. The deaths of his wife Chabi and his heir Jingyam in the 1280s deeply affected him. Administrative inefficiency increased as court factions vied for influence. While Kublai continued to rule until his death in 1294, the vitality of his early reign had faded. After his passing, the Yuan dynasty entered a slow decline, characterized by factionalism, corruption, and growing resistance from within China. Yet his achievements remained profound. He had transformed the Mongol polity into a functioning imperial system, blending nomadic and sedentary elements in a way unprecedented in world history. The Yuan dynasty that followed Kublai's death maintained control for nearly a century. Successive emperors struggled to balance Mongol traditions with the expectations of Chinese governance. Economic problems worsened, and resentment among the Han Chinese population increased. By the mid-14th century, widespread rebellion erupted, culminating in the rise of Zhu Yuanzhang and the establishment of the Ming dynasty in 1368. The Mongols retreated to the north, returning to their steppe homeland. Yet the Yuan's legacy endured. It had unified China's territory, integrated Eurasian trade, and left an imprint on Chinese statecraft that persisted for centuries. The Ming inherited much of its bureaucratic framework and continued to engage in long-distance trade networks first secured under Mongol rule. Kublai's reign also reshaped the identity of the Mongols themselves. While the Western Khanates continued to rule as steppe powers, the Yuan experience represented the Mongols' ultimate transformation from nomadic conquerors into imperial administrators. The balance between mobility and settlement, freedom and order, remained a defining tension. In embracing the institutions of China, the Mongols preserved their empire but gradually lost their distinct steppe character. What began as a campaign of conquest had become a story of cultural synthesis. The Mongol world was no longer a single empire. It was a constellation of states linked by shared memory and enduring influence. The Yuan dynasty's place in world history lies in this duality. It was at once a foreign occupation and a legitimate Chinese dynasty, a continuation of Genghis Khan's ambitions and a departure from them. Its capital, Dadu, stood as a symbol of transition, a city where nomadic tents once dotted the horizon, now replaced by marble halls and imperial palaces. The empire of horses and yurts had become one of ministers and scholars, yet its foundations rested on the same principles that had guided the early Mongols: discipline, pragmatism, and adaptation. The story of Kublai Khan thus represents not only the peak of Mongol power, but also the beginning of its transformation into the broader fabric of Eurasian civilization. As the Yuan era matured, the great steppe empire that had once united half the known world was giving way to new regional identities. In the west, the Golden Horde, the Ilkhanate, and the Chagatai Khanate followed their own paths, some integrating with Islamic traditions, others maintaining the memory of the steppe. The unity envisioned by Genghis Khan was gone, but the structures and exchanges born of that unity endured. Through trade, governance, and culture, the Mongols had permanently altered the course of Eurasian history. The next stage of their story would no longer concern empire building, but the inheritance of its legacy, how the lands once under Mongol rule would absorb, adapt, and remember the empire that had once connected them all. After the death of Kublai Khan in 1294, the Mongol world no longer existed as a unified empire, but as a constellation of regional powers that shared ancestry, institutions, and a lingering sense of kinship. Each successor state, the Golden Horde in the northwest, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Yuan dynasty in China, developed along separate trajectories shaped by geography, local culture, and the character of their rulers. The fragmentation was not a sudden collapse, but a gradual process of adaptation. The Mongol legacy persisted through these regional khanates, which carried forward aspects of the imperial system even as they became distinct political entities. The Golden Horde, or Kipchak Khanate, emerged from the campaigns of Batu Khan, a grandson of Genghis, who had led the Mongol advance into Eastern Europe in the 1230s and 1240s. After the withdrawal from Hungary in 1242, Batu established his base along the lower Volga River, near the city of Sarai. From this strategic center, he ruled a vast domain stretching from the steppes north of the Black Sea to the Ural Mountains. The Golden Horde was unique among Mongol successor states in its proximity to Europe and its control over the steppe routes connecting Russia to Central Asia. Its population was ethnically diverse, including Turkic tribes, Rus principalities, and nomadic groups of the Eurasian steppe. Batu's leadership combined traditional Mongol military organization with a pragmatic approach to governance. Rather than attempting direct administration of the conquered Rus lands, he imposed tribute obligations while allowing local princes to maintain internal control. This indirect rule proved durable and effective, shaping the political evolution of the Russian territories for centuries. Under Batu and his successors, the Golden Horde became a central hub of trade and communication. The Volga River served as an artery linking Asia and Europe, carrying furs, grain, silver, and slaves between markets in Persia, the Black Sea, and the Mediterranean. The Mongol postal system ensured the flow of information and goods, while the stability of the Horde's dominion created conditions for economic growth. The city of Sarai evolved into one of the largest urban centers of the steppe world, a cosmopolitan hub where Persian administrators, Russian craftsmen, and Muslim scholars coexisted under Mongol patronage. Archaeological excavations reveal a city of considerable sophistication, with mosques, markets, and residences built in both nomadic and sedentary styles. The conversion of the Golden Horde to Islam marked one of the most significant transformations in Mongol history. Initially, Mongol rulers had maintained religious tolerance, following the empire-wide precedent set by Genghis and his successors. But by the early 14th century, Islam's influence along the Volga and Central Asian routes had deepened. Berk Khan, Batu's brother and successor, was among the first Mongol princes to embrace Islam, around 1257. His conversion carried both spiritual and political implications. It aligned the Golden Horde with Muslim trade networks and distinguished it from the increasingly Buddhist and Confucian Yuan dynasty in the east. Berk's alliance with the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt against Hulagu's Ilkhanate, another Mongol state in Persia, represented the first instance of open conflict between Mongol realms, divided by religion and geopolitics rather than kinship alone. This marked a turning point. The once unified imperial family now fought as rivals, each shaped by its adopted cultural and faith traditions. In Persia, the Ilkhanate represented a different path of adaptation. Founded by Hulagu Khan, another grandson of Genghis, the Ilkhanate arose from the campaigns that culminated in the sack of Baghdad in 1258. This event, which ended the Abbasid Caliphate, sent shockwaves throughout the Islamic world. Yet under Mongol rule, Persia underwent a period of reconstruction and intellectual revival. The Ilkhans governed from Tabriz and later Sultania, integrating Persian administrative traditions into their own structure. Early rulers like Hulagu and Abaka maintained religious pluralism, employing Nestorian Christians, Buddhists, and Muslims alike. Over time, however, Islam reasserted its influence. The conversion of Ghazan Khan in 1295 formally Islamized the Ilkhanate's identity. Ghazan not only adopted Islam but also implemented reforms that stabilized the economy, reorganized taxation, and restored agricultural lands devastated by war. His reign marked the synthesis of Mongol military discipline and Persian statecraft, producing a government that was both efficient and culturally rich. Under Ghazan and his successors, the Ilkhanate sponsored scientific and artistic achievements that bridged the Mongol and Islamic worlds. The observatory at Maraga, established earlier by Hulagu's advisor Nasir al-Din al-Tusi, became a center of astronomical research that influenced later Islamic and European science. The Ilkhanate court patronized historians such as Rashid al-Din, whose compendium of chronicles remains one of the most comprehensive sources on the Mongol Empire and its global reach. Rashid al-Din's work reflected a new intellectual synthesis, the effort to situate the Mongols within the continuum of world civilizations, connecting steppe traditions with the scholarly disciplines of Islam. This blending of perspectives exemplified how Mongol rule could evolve from conquest to cultural integration. The Chagatai Khanate, centered in Central Asia, occupied a middle ground both geographically and politically. Named after Chagatai, the second son of Genghis Khan, this realm extended across the lands of Transoxiana, modern Uzbekistan, and parts of Xinjiang and Afghanistan. Its rulers faced the challenge of maintaining authority over a region that had long been a crossroads of nomads and settled agriculturalists. The Chagatai Khans preserved the Mongol legal code, the Yasa, more faithfully than other successors, yet their domain gradually absorbed Islamic and Turkic influences. Trade routes through Samarkand, Bokhara, and Kashgar flourished under their protection, connecting the Silk Road's eastern and western sections. While the Chagatai state often struggled with internal divisions, it served as a vital link in the network of Mongol successor realms, transmitting goods, technologies, and administrative practices between them. By the 14th century, each of these khanates had developed distinct characteristics. The Golden Horde represented a nomadic, Turkic Islamic synthesis. The Ilkhanate embodied the union of Mongol and Persian governance. The Chagatai realm maintained steppe traditions amid cultural hybridity, and the Yuan dynasty in China became a Sinicized imperial state. Despite their differences, these realms were bound by shared memory. Diplomatic embassies, intermarriage, and commercial exchanges continued among them. Coins, official seals, and chronicles attest to the persistence of a common Mongol identity, even as political unity disappeared. The empire's infrastructure, particularly its relay stations and trade routes, endured as arteries of exchange. The Mongol peace, though weakened, continued to facilitate communication across continents. The later history of the Golden Horde illustrates both the resilience and the fragility of Mongol-derived states. After Berk's death, the Khanate experienced alternating periods of strength and fragmentation. Under Ozbeg Khan, R. 1313 to 1341, Islam became the state religion, and the horde reached the height of its stability and prosperity. Ozbeg's reign witnessed urban expansion, diplomatic relations with the Mamluks and Byzantines, and thriving trade along the Volga route. The Russian principalities, including Moscow, continued to pay tribute, but the growing power of local princes hinted at future shifts. By the late 14th century, the Golden Horde began to weaken under the pressure of internal rivalries and the incursions of Timur, the Central Asian conqueror who sought to revive the Mongol legacy under his own banner. The decline of the Ilkhanate followed a similar trajectory. After the death of Abu Sa'id in 1335 without a direct heir, the Persian-Mongol state fragmented into competing regional dynasties. Yet the administrative and cultural foundations it had built endured, influencing later Persian and Turkic states, including the Timurids and the Safavids. The Ilkhanate's emphasis on written record-keeping, fiscal reform, and scholarly patronage left a durable imprint on the Islamic world. In this sense, the Mongols of Persia transitioned from conquerors to stewards of a renewed Persian civilization. The Chagatai Khanate, meanwhile, fractured into eastern and western divisions, mirroring the broader disintegration of Mongol authority. The eastern region, later known as Mogolistan, retained stronger nomadic traditions, while the western portion became increasingly Persianized. Yet, even amid political turbulence, the legacy of Chagatai rule contributed to the cultural formation of Central Asia. It laid the groundwork for the Turkic-Mongol synthesis that would later characterize the Timurid and Uzbek states. The Mongol Yasa remained a reference point for law and governance, even as Islamic jurisprudence gained ascendancy. The interconnections among these khanates maintained a degree of Eurasian unity. Merchants from Genoa and Venice continued to trade through Mongol ports on the Black Sea, while Persian craftsmen and scholars traveled east to the Yuan court. The movement of ideas, from the use of gunpowder and paper money to cartography and medical knowledge, reflected a world still bound by the networks established under Genghis Khan. The fragmentation of political control did not undo the transformation of Eurasia into a zone of regular contact. Indeed, some of the most enduring legacies of the Mongol period arose precisely from this diffusion rather than from centralized authority. Religiously, the successor states demonstrated the Mongols' adaptability to local contexts. Islam took deep root in the West and center. Buddhism and Confucianism dominated the East. Yet across all realms, religious tolerance remained a residual value. Muslim historians noted that Mongol rulers, even after conversion, continued to grant protection to Christian and Buddhist minorities. This openness facilitated cultural and technological transmission long after the empire's unity had dissolved. The Mongols had introduced not a single faith or ideology, but a framework within which multiple civilizations could interact. Economically, the 14th century witnessed both continuity and disruption. The Black Death, which swept across Eurasia between 1346 and 1353, traveled along the same trade routes that the Mongols had safeguarded. It decimated populations in China, Persia, and Europe alike, dramatically altering demographic and economic patterns. Yet, even in its aftermath, the networks of exchange endured. The demand for goods, the circulation of silver, and the reliance on transcontinental routes all persisted into the early modern era, testifying to the structural depth of the system first consolidated under Mongol rule. By the 15th century, the distinct Mongol successor states had either transformed or fallen. The Golden Horde fragmented into smaller khanates, Kazan, Astrakhan, and Crimea, which persisted until their eventual absorption by expanding powers like Muscovy and the Ottoman Empire. In Central Asia, Timur's conquests, 1370 to 1405, briefly reunited much of the former Chagatai realm, blending Mongol military heritage with Islamic and Persian culture. In Persia, the Timurid Renaissance would emerge as a direct heir to Ilkhanate scholarship. And in China, the Mongol Yuan had long since given way to the Ming, yet its administrative innovations endured. The Mongol legacy had outlived the empire itself, embedded within the political and cultural systems of the regions it had touched. The disintegration of the Mongol Empire did not mark an end but a diffusion. Each khanate adapted the principles of steppe governance, mobility, meritocracy, and adaptability to its environment. In the process, the Mongols became integral to the histories of the civilizations they once conquered. The Mongol world had begun as a confederation of tribes bound by the vision of one leader. In its aftermath, it became a web of interconnected societies, each preserving fragments of that vision in their own languages, religions, and institutions. Through these transformations, the Mongols had accomplished something unprecedented: the creation of a single historical field linking the Mediterranean, the Islamic heartlands, the steppe, and East Asia. The successor Khanates, though independent, collectively sustained this Eurasian system well into the modern period. The empire's unity had dissolved, but its effects, in trade, culture, and political thought, continued to define the contours of the Old World. As the 14th century drew to a close, new powers would rise from the fragments of Mongol dominion. In the west, the Ottoman Empire expanded across Anatolia. In the north, Muscovy began to consolidate its independence from the Horde, and in Central Asia, Timur sought to reclaim the mantle of Genghis. The age of Mongol conquest had passed, but the age of Mongol inheritance had begun, an era in which the memory of the steppe would echo in courts, chronicles, and empires for centuries to come. By the mid-14th century, the great Mongol experiment in empire had fractured into regional khanates, each increasingly localized in culture and power. Yet from the remnants of this vast system emerged one final conqueror who sought to reunite it under a new banner: Timur, known in the West as Tamerlane. Born around 1336 near the city of Kesh, close to Samarkand, Timur inherited not the lineage of Genghis Khan, but his vision. In an age when the Mongol world had splintered, Timur presented himself as both a restorer of order and a champion of Islamic kingship. His rise signaled a transition from the age of nomadic conquest to the era of imperial synthesis. Timur's early life reflected the conditions of the post-Mongol steppe. Central Asia was divided among rival tribes, heirs to the Chagatai Khanate, whose authority had eroded through internal feuds. Timur came from the Barlas clan, a Turkicized Mongol group that had settled in Transoxiana. He began his ascent through local politics, using diplomacy, marriage alliances, and military skill to consolidate control. Though not a direct descendant of Genghis, Timur derived legitimacy by marrying into the family and proclaiming himself the restorer of the great empire's order. To his contemporaries, he represented both continuity and renewal, the embodiment of steppe ambition tempered by the refinements of Persian and Islamic civilization. The 1360s and 1370s were decades of consolidation. Timur established his capital at Samarkand, transforming it from a provincial town into one of the most resplendent cities of the Islamic world. From there, he launched campaigns that gradually expanded his control over Central Asia, Persia, and Afghanistan. His armies, disciplined and experienced, employed classic Mongol tactics of speed, deception, and encirclement. Yet Timur's conquests differed in purpose from those of Genghis Khan. Where Genghis had sought to subdue and incorporate, Timur sought to dominate and display. His campaigns were as much instruments of spectacle as of strategy. Cities that resisted were destroyed with calculated brutality. Those that submitted were adorned and rebuilt under his patronage. In this paradox lay the character of Timur's empire, destructive in conquest, creative in reconstruction. By 1380, Timur had subdued the remnants of the Chagatai and Ilkhanid territories, positioning himself as the master of the Islamic East. His ambitions soon turned westward. Between 1386 and 1393, he launched a series of campaigns into Persia and Mesopotamia, overthrowing local dynasties and reasserting control over the lands once ruled by the Khans. Baghdad, long recovered from its fall to Hulagu, again fell to Mongol-derived armies. Timur's march through Iran left behind both devastation and renewal. Artisans, scholars, and architects were deported to Samarkand, enriching his capital with the skills of the conquered. The city became a living museum of empire, a place where Persian tilework, Turkic design, and Mongol engineering coexisted under Timur's eye. In 1395, Timur turned northward against the Golden Horde. The Khanate, once formidable, had declined under internal strife and pressure from rising Muscovite power. Its ruler, Toktamish, had earlier received Timur's support but later rebelled. The conflict that followed marked the last great clash between Mongol-descended powers. Timur's victory on the Terek River shattered the Horde's cohesion and effectively ended its dominance over the Russian steppes. Moscow, freed from the weight of tribute, would later rise as a new imperial center, an indirect legacy of Timur's campaigns. Even as he destroyed the horde, Timur claimed to act as the heir of Genghis Khan. He minted coins bearing the title of Gurkhan, son-in-law to the house of Genghis, and invoked the yasa in his military codes. Yet he infused this legacy with Islamic legitimacy, framing his wars as jihad against infidels or corrupt rulers. The fusion of Mongol authority and Islamic ideology became a hallmark of Timurid rule. His empire was both steppe and sedentary, both nomadic in organization and imperial in grandeur. In 1398, Timur turned his attention to India. The Delhi Sultanate, weakened by internal discord, became his next target. The campaign, though brief, was ferocious. Timur's forces crossed the Indus, advanced through the Punjab, and captured Delhi after a brutal sack. The destruction was immense, yet, as before, Timur's motive lay not in territorial control but in assertion of supremacy. He withdrew after securing tribute and deporting artisans and scholars to Samarkand. Through such campaigns, Timur positioned himself as the arbiter of the Islamic world, a conqueror whose reach extended from the Volga to the Ganges. The zenith of his career came in 1402, when he confronted the rising Ottoman Empire. At the Battle of Ankara, Timur defeated Sultan Bayezid I, capturing the Ottoman ruler and temporarily halting the westward expansion of Ottoman power. This victory shocked the Islamic world. A Central Asian conqueror, invoking the memory of Genghis, had humbled one of its most formidable dynasties. Yet Timur's triumph was also transient. His empire, vast and loosely bound, depended entirely on his personal authority. In his final years, Timur prepared an even greater campaign, an invasion of Ming China, intended to complete the circle begun by Genghis Khan 2 centuries earlier. The expedition never occurred. In February 1405, Timur died near Otrar in the cold of winter before crossing the Sir Darya. His body was taken back to Samarkand, where it was interred in the Gri-Amir Mausoleum, a masterpiece of Timurid architecture whose turquoise dome still stands as a symbol of his ambition. The empire he left behind did not endure long as a political unit. Without Timur's leadership, it fragmented among his sons and grandsons. Yet its cultural and intellectual legacy proved far more lasting. Under Timur's descendants, especially Ulu Beg, Samarkand became a center of astronomical and mathematical study. Ulu Beg's observatory, built in the early 15th century, produced star catalogues of remarkable precision. The Timurid Renaissance, as historians later termed it, fused Persian literature, Islamic scholarship, and Turkic-Mongol patronage into a single creative movement that would profoundly influence the later Safavid, Mughal, and Ottoman worlds. The Timurids inherited the Mongol tradition of empire, but transformed its meaning. Their administration retained elements of the decimal system of military organization and the mobility of steppe governance. Yet their culture celebrated architecture, poetry, and science. Persian became the language of statecraft, while Turkic dialects flourished in literature. The empire's cities, Samarkand, Herat, and Balkh, became nodes of exchange between the Islamic heartlands, China, and India. The Mongol past survived not through armies, but through ideas. Timur's reign also marked a shift in the moral interpretation of conquest. Chroniclers like Sharaf al-Din Ali Yazdi, author of the Zafarnama, Book of Victories, presented Timur as a divinely guided ruler whose wars restored justice and order. Yet beneath this rhetoric lay the tension between the destructive power of the conqueror and the creative vitality of empire building. In Yazdi's account, Timur embodied the dual nature of history itself, the cycle of ruin and renewal that had defined Central Asia since the time of Genghis Khan. Architecturally, Timur's legacy reshaped the Islamic world. His commissions at Samarkand and Shahrazabs combined Persian artistry with Mongol scale. The Bibi Khanum Mosque, built to commemorate his Indian campaign, exemplified this synthesis. Vast in proportion, adorned with glazed tiles and calligraphy, it symbolized the unity of worldly power and divine sanction. Later dynasties, from the Mughals in India to the Uzbeks in Bokhara, drew directly from Timurid design. The empire of stone and color that Timur built outlasted his conquests, transforming the landscape of Islamic art. The memory of Timur occupied an ambiguous place in history. To some, he was the last of the great world conquerors, ruthless, ambitious, and relentless. To others, he was a patron of learning and architecture, a ruler who turned the energies of the steppe toward civilization. Both views are true, for Timur's empire stood at the intersection of destruction and creation. It marked the end of the nomadic age and the beginning of a more settled, intellectual one. In the centuries that followed, the Timurid legacy radiated outward. In India, Babur, a direct descendant of Timur through his father and of Genghis Khan through his mother, founded the Mongol Empire in 1526. The Moguls would carry the synthesis of Mongol and Persian traditions to its highest expression, blending administrative efficiency, architectural brilliance, and religious tolerance into one of early modern history's most enduring empires. In this way, the Mongol impulse to unite the world found a new home on the Indian subcontinent. Elsewhere, echoes of the Mongol and Timurid worlds persisted. In Russia, the former territories of the Golden Horde evolved into successor khanates that continued to influence Muscovy's political culture. The very structure of Russian autocracy, centralized, expansionist, and militarized, bore traces of Mongol governance. In Persia, the Safavids inherited both the administrative institutions and the cultural sophistication of the Timurids. In the Ottoman realm, architects and scholars drew upon Central Asian motifs transmitted through trade and migration. The Mongol world had dissolved, yet its patterns had become inseparable from the fabric of Eurasia. Timur's death symbolized the final transformation of the Mongol legacy, from a nomadic empire of conquest to a network of civilizations bound by exchange and shared memory. The Mongol dream of unity, though no longer political, survived as an intellectual and cultural ideal. Across the Islamic world, chroniclers traced their lineages to the steppe, poets evoked the empire's vast horizons, and rulers sought to emulate the balance of power and learning that the Timurids had achieved. By the 15th century, the steppe itself began to fade from the center of world history. The rise of maritime empires shifted global trade from land routes to sea routes, diminishing the importance of the Silk Road that the Mongols had once controlled. Yet the infrastructure they created, the roads, postal systems, and urban centers, remained vital arteries of regional commerce. The idea of Eurasia as an interconnected world endured, shaping the imagination of later ages. In retrospect, Timur's empire stands as both an epilogue and a bridge. It closed the era of Mongol conquest while transmitting its legacy into the early modern world. The fusion of Turkic, Mongol, and Persian traditions that it embodied would define Central and South Asian civilization for centuries. Through Timur, the story of Genghis Khan found its final transformation, from the thunder of hooves on the steppe to the measured cadence of scholars, builders, and poets who preserved his vision in new forms. Thus, the twilight of the Mongol world was not a fading, but a metamorphosis. The energies that had once driven the riders of the steppe across continents now flowed into art, architecture, and statecraft. The Mongol Empire had reshaped the old world, its successors refined it. And though the empire itself had vanished, the idea it represented, of a connected humanity, bound by roads, trade, and knowledge, continued to define the centuries that followed. When the last embers of Mongol power faded in the 15th century, the world that had once trembled beneath their horses had already been transformed beyond recognition. The Mongol Empire, though gone as a political structure, remained deeply embedded in the material, cultural, and intellectual foundations of Eurasia. Its legacy was not the continuation of conquest, but the permanence of connection. What began as a nomadic confederation on the steppes of Mongolia became, through force and administration, the first truly continental system, a network that integrated the civilizations of East Asia, the Islamic world, and Europe into a single sphere of exchange. In historical perspective, the Mongols achieved something no empire before them had fully realized. They united the major centers of the Old World into one continuum of movement, of people, goods, and knowledge. For nearly a century, from the rise of Genghis Khan to the height of Kublai's rule, a traveler could, in principle, move from the shores of the Adriatic to the gates of Hangzhou under the protection of a single imperial order. This phenomenon, often described as the Pax Mongolica, represented more than temporary stability. It was the articulation of an administrative vision that transcended geography. By standardizing weights, establishing postal relay systems, securing caravan routes, and enforcing legal norms across languages and cultures, the Mongols laid the groundwork for what historians later recognized as the first phase of globalization. The Silk Road, long a fragile network of merchants and oases, flourished under Mongol supervision. Caravans moved with greater regularity, protected by imperial garrisons and communication posts. Goods that had once taken years to traverse Asia now moved in predictable cycles. Chinese silk, ceramics, and paper reached the markets of Tabriz and Cairo. Persian textiles and glass found their way to Beijing. Silver flowed eastward, spices westward. Alongside these commodities traveled engineers, artists, physicians, and scholars. The Mongols themselves, practical in their interests, encouraged such exchanges not for ideology, but for efficiency. They understood that a functioning empire required the movement of skill as much as the movement of armies. This deliberate facilitation of knowledge transmission had enduring consequences. Chinese printing techniques, gunpowder recipes, and compass design reached the Middle East and, eventually, Europe. Islamic astronomy and mathematics influenced Chinese scholars, while Persian and Arabic medicine spread eastward through Mongol patronage. The scientific dialogue that later characterized the early modern world, from the Ottoman Empire to Renaissance Europe, drew upon the networks first consolidated under Mongol rule. In this sense, the empire functioned as both conduit and catalyst, accelerating processes that would later define the modern age. The Mongols also left their mark on political thought and governance. Their system of meritocratic appointment, mobility-based taxation, and codified law introduced new administrative models across the regions they ruled. In China, the Yuan dynasty integrated steppe governance with Confucian bureaucracy, establishing an imperial court that blended Mongol pragmatism with Chinese institutional continuity. In Persia, the Ilkhanate adopted Persian bureaucratic forms while preserving Mongol military organization, creating a template for later Islamic empires. Even in Eastern Europe, the memory of Mongol suzerainty influenced the rise of centralized authority in Muscovy. The Russian state, shaped by the experience of tribute and oversight, internalized the principles of autocratic control and systematic taxation that had once defined the Golden Horde. Religiously, the Mongols fostered an era of unusual tolerance. Their empire contained Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and animists, all coexisting under a policy of pragmatic pluralism. The great Khans recognized that spiritual diversity could serve as a stabilizing force if managed with equity. In Karakoram, temples and churches stood side by side. In China, Kublai Khan patronized Tibetan lamas and welcomed Franciscan envoys. This policy did not arise from idealism, but from necessity. The Mongols ruled through multiplicity, a concept that would echo in later empires from the Ottomans to the Mughals, where coexistence became both a principle and a strategy of governance. Culturally, the Mongols were transmitters rather than creators in the conventional sense, yet their role as intermediaries reshaped artistic and architectural traditions. Persian miniature painting absorbed Chinese motifs. Central Asian textiles incorporated Mediterranean dyes. The domes of Samarkand and the pagodas of Dadu shared structural affinities born of cross-cultural exchange. The Mongol preference for artisanship and technical skill ensured that conquered craftsmen were relocated, not exterminated. In this way, the empire functioned as a vast workshop of civilization, redistributing talent across continents. The decline of Mongol political unity did not erase these achievements. Rather, it dispersed them. The successor states, the Yuan in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, became laboratories in which Mongol governance adapted to local traditions. When these states themselves gave way, their administrative and cultural legacies remained embedded within their regions. The Yuan laid the groundwork for Ming China's centralized infrastructure. The Ilkhanate paved the way for Safavid Persia's bureaucratic refinement. The Golden Horde's tributary system influenced the emerging Russian autocracy. Thus, even in dissolution, the Mongols continued to shape the evolution of states. Timur's empire, though often viewed as distinct, represented the culmination of this diffusion. By combining Mongol heritage with Islamic governance and Persian artistry, Timur preserved the essence of Mongol imperialism while translating it into new cultural forms. His descendants, the Timurids and later the Mughals, extended this synthesis into the early modern world. Through them, Mongol ideals of order, discipline, and cosmopolitanism entered the political vocabulary of South and West Asia. The Mongol Empire in particular, founded by Babur in the 16th century, stands as the clearest inheritor of this legacy. Its architectural grandeur, administrative sophistication, and cultural inclusiveness reflected the mature expression of a world once bound by Mongol rule. In economic terms, the Mongol Empire's policies fostered a prototype of international commerce. The security of trade routes and the circulation of coinage facilitated the integration of distant markets. Paper money, introduced on a large scale under Kublai Khan, prefigured later experiments in fiduciary currency. The emphasis on trade regulation, rather than monopoly, distinguished Mongol governance from earlier systems of tribute-based economy. Merchants, regardless of origin, could operate under the Khan's protection, provided they adhered to established law. This pragmatic openness encouraged a cosmopolitan merchant class that transcended ethnic boundaries, a precursor to the global trading communities of later centuries. The Mongols' influence extended even into the conceptualization of geography. European maps of the late Middle Ages, once centered on the Mediterranean, began to incorporate the vast spaces of Asia with greater accuracy. The journeys of envoys and travelers, among them Giovanni de Pien del Carpine, William of Rubruck, and later Marco Polo, provided first-hand accounts of the empire's cities, systems, and peoples. These narratives transformed European understanding of Asia from mythic distance to empirical reality. The Mongols, unintentionally, opened the mental geography of the Old World, expanding not only trade routes, but also intellectual horizons. The empire's military legacy also persisted long after its collapse. The Mongol emphasis on mobility, intelligence, and discipline influenced the evolution of cavalry tactics in both East and West. Ottoman, Safavid, and Mughal armies all inherited variants of Mongol operational doctrine, blending mounted archery with logistical coordination. In Europe, the shock of Mongol invasions in the 13th century prompted new approaches to fortification and reconnaissance. Even the early modern concept of strategic depth, the idea of flexible defense and rapid movement, owed something to the memory of the Mongol campaigns. Beyond material influence, the Mongols left an enduring philosophical question: how could a society rooted in nomadism create and sustain an empire? Their success lay in their ability to adapt without abandoning their core values. The nomadic principles of mobility, merit, and adaptability were translated into systems of governance that operated across sedentary societies. The Mongols ruled not through rigid ideology, but through practical synthesis. This adaptability explains both their meteoric rise and their lasting imprint. When the empire dissolved, its methods survived because they had already been absorbed by the civilizations it had conquered. The Mongols also altered the historical consciousness of Eurasia. For centuries, chroniclers and rulers measured their own achievements against those of Genghis Khan. His image evolved, demonized in some traditions, sanctified in others, but never forgotten. In China, the Yuan dynasty incorporated him into the lineage of legitimate emperors. In Central Asia, he became a cultural ancestor, a symbol of identity that outlasted empire. Even in Europe, his reputation oscillated between terror and fascination. Over time, the narrative of destruction gave way to recognition of transformation. Modern historiography now views the Mongols not as mere invaders, but as agents of integration who accelerated the transmission of ideas and institutions across continents. In the ecological sense, too, the Mongol era left traces. The depopulation of certain regions following invasion allowed forests and grasslands to recover, subtly altering climate patterns in parts of Eurasia. The reorganization of trade shifted the centers of production, encouraging agricultural diversification and the spread of new crops along the Silk Road. The Mongols' preference for horses, sheep, and open pasture influenced land use from Mongolia to Anatolia. In ways both visible and invisible, the steppe ethos reshaped the environmental as well as the political landscape. The eventual decline of the Mongol world stemmed from the same dynamics that had once fueled its ascent. Expansion required unity, but unity eroded with scale. The system of uppunnage that maintained family loyalty also fostered independence. As communication slowed and economies diversified, the cohesion of the Khanate gave way to regionalism. Yet this disintegration was not an end so much as a transformation. The energies of conquest evolved into the institutions of civilization. The empire's dissolution scattered its innovations across the very continents it had once conquered. By the early modern period, as maritime exploration redefined global geography, the Mongol age receded into history. But its consequences endured. The transcontinental trade routes established under Mongol protection remained active into the 16th century, facilitating the flow of goods that would soon move by sea. The intellectual exchanges that flourished in Mongol cities laid the groundwork for later renaissances in both East and West. The administrative principles they pioneered, standardized communication, census-taking, meritocratic appointment, became cornerstones of modern statecraft. The Mongol story thus concludes not in collapse, but in diffusion. What began as a movement of tribes across the grasslands became a civilizational transformation that redefined how empires functioned and how cultures interacted. The Mongols demonstrated that power could operate across diversity, that administration could bridge language and religion, and that communication could sustain unity across distance. These lessons outlasted their empire, informing the political and cultural development of Eurasia for centuries to come. From the steppes of Mongolia to the walls of Beijing, from the plains of Hungary to the deserts of Persia, the traces of Mongol influence remain woven into the structures of modern history. Their roads became the foundations of global trade. Their postal routes evolved into systems of communication. Their imperial pragmatism anticipated the complexities of multicultural governance. Few empires have vanished so completely and yet remained so omnipresent in legacy. In the end, the Mongols reshaped not only territory but the very idea of civilization's interconnection. They revealed that the boundaries of culture and geography could be bridged by organization and intent. Their empire was transient, but its architecture of exchange, the networks of roads, envoys, and ideas, endured. Across time, these patterns resurfaced in new forms, in the routes of merchants, the ambitions of rulers, and the curiosity of scholars seeking to understand a world once bound together by riders of the steppe. Through archaeology and written record, their story continues to teach us how civilization began to think of itself as a single, connected whole, a lesson first inscribed not in stone, but in the dust of the Mongolian plain, beneath the hoofbeats of an empire that changed the shape of the world.